Good evening and welcome to the HydeOut Special Election Night here with the 2022 midterms. First thing that we want to start off with is just some key races to watch. Now, we understand that all of the House of Representatives are up for grabs, and then, of course, you have about a third of the Senate. But there are just a couple of key gubernatorial races that are up tonight and a few Senate races that we're going to highlight. The first one that we like to highlight is right here at home in the great state of Louisiana, where we have an incumbent senator who wants to apparently start a new commission, which is the Call a Crackhead instead of the Cops Community Protection Service, while we also have his opponent, Mr. Gary Chambers, is the Chambers for Change. Now, in case you haven't been following the Louisiana Senate race, here are some highlights to bring you up to speed. All right, we got some technical difficulties, but our next Senate race that we want to highlight also involves two controversial figures. That is Reverend Raphael Warnock, who is fighting for re-election as an incumbent. And then we also have his opponent, Mr. Herschel Walker. A lot of people would like to say, run Herschel run. Now, if he'll be able to actually run to the Capitol or run back to UGA promises, I mean, hey, it may be suiting up to be a good one. We're also going to get ready to highlight some polling. But right now I have joining with me as a young minister here out of the great city of Baton Rouge, Mr. Kelvin Wells, who also will be providing commentary. You know, we wanted to try to bring a fresh look tonight to try to see what politics looks like from a millennial perspective. So, Kelvin, how do you see some of these races shaping up tonight?
I think politics is fun, man. Except when you realize there's so much on the line. You have people like Herschel Walker running for office who pulled out a police badge as if to legitimize his perspectives on law enforcement in this country. And then, of course, Senator Kennedy wanting us to call our neighborhood crackheads instead of the police.
Okay, well, let's stay with that, though. Like, so in Louisiana, as we looked at statistics of just black voters, as we know, Senator Kennedy only got elected with a little less than 540,000 votes, maybe around 536 and some change. Currently, the statistics are saying that we have over 900 registered black voters in the state of Louisiana. And for whatever reason, it doesn't seem that we can get them out to the polls, especially our young people. So like, why is it that you feel as though that our generation, along with maybe some of the more seasoned generations, have decided that Louisiana is just not one of those states that we need to fight for at the polls?
Well, we don't give people, and I say we, when I say we, I mean those of us who are the politically adept. We don't give our generation anything to be inspired about. We get the same parroted promises, the same policies from the same faces. Our state Democratic Party does little to nothing to find and groom and recruit young people who are passionate and interested in candidacy for these various offices. The organizations in our communities are splintered. They don't share information or resources about as far as educating people about the importance of every election, from the constable, from city council, all the way to the people we send to Congress.
I mean, well, okay. I mean, if you know, we're all in our 20s right now. I think technically, if we wanted to, we could run for governor of Louisiana at 26 years old. But not too many people are going to want to put the hands of a multi-billion-dollar corporation, if you want to look at it like that, in the hands of a 26-year-old, because they want to say, you know, we're not there. We haven't lived life yet. We still got some things that you know, we need to learn. I've even heard it say that, hey, what do you really know about trying to run something? You still got Similac on your breath. You know, all the, older things that, that we've heard from older generations here. We want to try to check with our production team, see if we have any poll numbers, Robert. All right. While we're grabbing those poll numbers, once again, we are going to try to be with you all night tonight, at least until the 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. We do have some other hotly contested races, as we did highlight Gary Chambers in the Senator Kennedy race. The simple fact of the matter is, if nothing should be inspiring people to go to the polls, I mean, you have some hot topics. Of course, as we know, in June, the Supreme Court striking down Roe versus Wade. And I mean, let's be honest. Up until that point, this is just my personal opinion, I just didn't see nationally where the Democrats could really rally behind to try to get voters inspired as a mandate to say, vote for us, return us back to the House, return us back to the Senate, until Roe v. Wade was struck down. And then we saw a slight jump in the late summer, and now things have started to taper off in the fall. I mean, the simple fact that when we talked about in the state of Georgia with Warnock and Walker, I mean, when we see the fact that Herschel Walker, even with all the scandals that have come out, given the fact that, all he says is that, look, people wouldn't need insulin if they just eat right, so therefore insulin prices don't matter. Like we said, he reached down at the box of his Cracker Jack box and pulled out his police badge to be an honorary G-man or whatever he was trying to prove. But he's still statistically tied And then many people actually feel that if it goes to a runoff, because of course you have the Libertarian candidate that is pulling at least 3 to 4% of the vote, which of course could be taking from the Warnock support. And my fear is that if the Senate gets decided tonight, will the National Democratic Party abandon Reverend Warnock to just say, well, we've already got our numbers, we can wash our hands of it, and he'll be on his own if he gets forced to a runoff in December with Herschel Walker?
I don't think the Democratic Party nationally can afford to do that for the simple fact we don't know which way the White House is going to go. Right now, the Senate Democrats have Vice President Harris as sort of the ace in the hole,
right?
As far as the Senate is currently divided. But the 2024 presidential election is far from decided. Right. And so I don't think the Democratic Party nationally.
Well, I mean, it depends on who you ask. I mean, apparently, one of the main candidates who's supposed to be leading on the Republican side said he has a big announcement for us November 15th. So apparently the Republican primary seemed to definitely be starting 2 years earlier than what we need. But I find the interesting part that now there's a narrative of constitutional scholars and lawyers apparently who say that legally, even if he gets convicted, he legally still could run for president of the United States. And then it even went further in the study that said the Constitution, if he gets elected, he could actually be calling shots from the prison cell. Now, I understand that America has seen some crazy things in our electoral politics, but if we really have a prisoner as a president being able to call shots and sign bills on D Block, I mean, we got to ask ourselves, where have we gone as a society?
Well, as a political scientist by training, I highly doubt. I'm fairly certain it won't come to that. Although I do wish the criminal justice system would proceed just a bit quicker with those proceedings, so we can alleviate some of those concerns. But to something you mentioned, something you mentioned earlier, I find it funny that as far as the Roe versus Wade situation is concerned, the Republican Party has been working to strike down Roe versus Wade since it was passed. And Democrats have had ample opportunities recently as 2010 to codify Roe versus Wade through Congress, and they hadn't. And so there's one decided advantage the Republican Party nationally has is they know how to get in line and push towards their priorities, and they take their marginal gains.
But why do you think that is though? Because I mean, you have just as many seasoned politicians on the left as you do on the right, but it seems as though that the Republicans seem to be the only people that seem to keep their people in line. I mean, if McConnell says either you vote for it or we're going to primary you or we're going to stop the fundraising sieve from pouring into your campaign, he gets his votes. But it seems as though that sometimes when the Democrats gets in power, even when they had the 60-vote majority that was basically filibuster-proof when President Obama was in office, it seems as though a lot of things, especially when it comes to the Black agenda, I mean, we just got to call a spade a spade. Every other group seems that no matter who gets in power, whether it's a Republican president or a Democratic president, it seems that every other group in America seems that they can go knock on the doors of the White House, get their agenda passed, get a bill signed, get an anti-hate bill signed and everything else. Like perfect example, what was it just last year? I mean, African Americans have been getting lynched for years since the founding of this country, but yet we recently only got an anti-lynching bill. But yet when there was a shooting at a nail salon, they passed an anti-Asian hate bill like the next week. So, a lot of it really doesn't have anything to do with, I'd say politics of just Democrat or Republican. I just think we as African Americans, especially young African Americans, could be more informed, be more engaged, and realize that it's really just bigger than party, because it seems as though no matter if it's Democrats are in office or Republicans are in office, there's always seems to be a struggle to really push an agenda. But hopefully tonight, we'll defy the odds and still make history. And speaking of making history, you have a young lady that's still in the state of Georgia who is now running for governor for the second time. And many people are saying that, look, her infrastructure was able to get Joseph Biden to win the state of Georgia, was able to get John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock to the Senate. But can her political infrastructure work for her tonight? But as polling would suggest, she's actually been averaging to be about 5 to 6 points behind her opponent, Brian Kemp, the incumbent governor Brian Kemp, ever since she's declared. Like, why do you think that is? Because obviously, a lot of people would like to talk about, well, maybe it's a race thing. Well, you can't necessarily say that because obviously Georgia does have a Black Democratic senator representing them in the Senate. Then you have, everybody's been pushing the narrative lately in the media that a lot of Georgia voters are going to do this split ticket voting, that they're going to vote for a Republican for governor and they'll still vote for Warnock for Senate. So why do you think that the same apparatus, the same political infrastructure that Stacey Abrams put into place hasn't been able to really churn out and work for her yet, until, of course, we've seen the numbers? I mean, so.
Yeah. Well, I think she's polling, depending on which poll you use, she's only 1 or 2 points outside of the margin of error. While there is cause for concern, I think just as far as recent momentum, as far as her campaign goes, I think the numbers will tell the tale. I think, though, it's interesting that the infrastructure she built. It's very interesting to me, though, that, as you said, when it came to her race, it faltered a bit. And part of that, and I have friends who are politically active in her campaign and in nonprofit 501c6 organizations that do that sort of political work in and around the city of Atlanta, at least. And what's been very interesting as of late that comes up is that apparently there's something to be desired of her candidacy. She's an amazing strategist. She's one of the most brilliant movers of people and of young Black people that we've seen politically since, in the last 2 or 3 elections.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but what they're saying is the disconnect is coming in that she's struggling trying to get Black male voters out to come and support her. And a lot of that are trying to contribute that really probably since 2014, around that time, that there has been a movement. And even you had President Donald Trump's former advisor, Steve Bannon, even said that the GOP and conservative organizations were going to be purposely targeting, trying to get a certain percentage of Black male voters to either vote Republican or at least reduce their support of what they vote for Democrats, because they said that if we can hit the sweet spot around 10% of Black male voters, then that keeps us competitive in a lot of different spaces in a lot of different areas, because it either shifts more support toward them, which, of course, in 2020, Trump was able to double his support for Black male voters from 6% to 12%. Don't necessarily know how that happened if we actually pay attention to the policies, but hey, look, everybody has the right to choose who they want to get. I mean, maybe Trump, maybe his theme in 2020 was, look, I've got friends in low places. Where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases our dreams away. But I mean, we're going to continue to roll with it. Check with the production team, see if we have any highlights for the Georgia race up in there. Get that? Gotcha. You got the graphic? All right, cool. So we're going to show you polling numbers one more time for Stacey Abrams and Governor Brian Kemp. And as we can see, as an average of the latest polls, it is 52% to 45%. Will she be able to try to close that 7% gap tonight, or will Brian Kemp be able to go there? Now, one of the things that I think that's kept Brian Kemp above water, especially when he won his primary, was that he hasn't truly embraced this whole ultra MAGA mindset. It was a stolen election in Georgia. He's really been able to ride that line a little bit to try to say, look, we kind of accept the results. We accept all of that. But hopefully this time around, Stacey Abrams can truly say that the vote was done correctly, that there was no chicanery going on, because in 2018, I think it'd be hard to argue for somebody to say that the train wasn't hijacked in broad daylight. But we're going to keep rolling with that. Our next Senate race that we're going to leave I-85 and head down to I-95 and bring us to the state of Florida, where Republican incumbent Marco Rubio, who also may have future presidential aspirations, but we'll have to wait and see, is going up against current Congresswoman Val Demings. We may have the graphic and the poll numbers up for you all to see. As you can see, she's trailing Marco Rubio after the average of the top 6 polls, 51% to 42%. Now, Marco Rubio has tried to paint her as very ultra liberal, but it's kind of hard to say that she's ultra liberal when she's been touting that, hey, I actually used to be the police chief in Orlando. I've actually taken some very moderate to conservative stances. So trying to say that she's been a defund the police type of Democrat, or trying to say that she's just been this ultra liberal tax and spend, she's been able to try to push that narrative to try to close the gap with Marco Rubio. But if elected, she would actually make history tonight as well. Stacey Abrams, if she's elected, she would be the first African-American woman ever elected in the country. The first African-American governor, I'm sorry. And then, of course, if Val Demings is elected, she would be the first Black woman to ever represent the state of Florida in the Senate. So that just seems to be a lot of history going on tonight if these elections pull through.
Yeah.
But do you think she'll be able to close the gap?
I hope so. The state of Florida is an interesting state to look at, though, demographically, because Florida has a very large Hispanic population, but Hispanics are not a monolith. So, for example, Cuban Americans in Florida tend to vote along very conservative lines,
Correct.
which is different than Puerto Rican Americans in Florida, who tend to vote along very progressive or democratic lines. And so that makes it difficult to gauge, because when you look at the quote Hispanic voting block end quote, you'd be inclined to believe that Florida should lean blue more often than it does, and so it makes it that those cultural differences makes it very difficult to pinpoint how that voting block leans in Florida. But I do think this trend we're seeing, though, of African American, particularly African American female candidates, is just one that's going to continue. One, just because of demographics in our lifetimes. In the next 25, 30 years, the United States is going to be a minority population.
Well, there are some who may be trying to stop that movement. I
Well,
mean,
and
that's
that's
something
exactly why
I mean, that's creating a lot of fear and influencing a lot of unnecessary policies that they're actually going to try to push and pass. But also, I think the struggle, especially in Georgia, in Florida, and then, of course, as we'll talk about more southern states that are up to grabs, we'll actually talk about the race also going on in North Carolina, is that we're seeing this trend that seems to have been going on really since the 60s. That is, unfortunately, the Democrats seem to be riding off the South. They seem, from Texas to the Carolinas, they just seem to be riding off the South. When ultimately, when you're seeing candidates that can get to 46, 47, 48% by themselves, just off the strength of their grassroots organizing, imagine what would happen if they actually had that ultimate push and support from the DNC or building that infrastructure to try to get them over the finish line. Like, I don't think that necessarily Val Demings would actually be so low in the polls if she probably had more of a national infrastructure around her. And I think that's where the disconnect is coming in, because obviously, I'll just go back to Louisiana. If Louisiana can elect and reelect a Democratic governor, as in Governor John Bel Edwards, then why can't you get other statewide seats elected? There seems to be a disconnect there. That there shouldn't only be, if you got 12 statewide candidates there and you're trying to run the gauntlet, out of 12, you shouldn't only get one. And then you got to ask yourself, well, what's the plan when right after the midterms are up? You got to gear up for another statewide election in Louisiana next year. But we'll see. Moving on from Demings and Rubio, we're going to take it to the state of, still stick with the state of Florida, which Governor Ron DeSantis, who definitely has presidential aspirations, already has over $100 million in his war chest to possibly gear up for a presidential election, is running against former governor, former Republican turned independent turned Democrat Congressman Charlie Crist. But it seems as though he's giving Charlie Crist a run for his money.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis bought into the Trump train, and it's paying dividends.
But has he though? But has he though? Because if he runs against it, I actually want to see DeSantis run against Trump head up, and I'll tell you why. And the RNC needs to send me a check for this free consulting, right? If you want to truly stop Trump from getting the nomination, you cannot have more than one legitimate candidate run up against him, and here's why. Because of the way the Republican primaries are set up. The Republican primaries are strictly winner take all when it comes to delegates. So if Trump is 51% in a state, DeSantis gets 49, Trump's going to get all of those delegates. As opposed to the Democratic primary, if you've got 51%, okay, you're going to get 51% of the delegates. I'm going to get 49%. Now, many people don't want to give Jesse credit for that, but it was because of Jesse Jackson why the Democrats changed their primary system. Run, Jesse, run. But he still could be Michael Dukakis, but that's for another day. But what I'm saying is, if the Republicans are trying to actually give Trump a run for his money, they can't have 3, 5, or 12 people who just got a little name recognition to try to run against the man. If not, he's going to run the gauntlet, especially since he's been able to grow his influence on the right, and he's just going to run the table in the whole primaries.
Yeah, but the reason I say that is if you would recall during the COVID-19 pandemic, the early part of that, when Trump was quite dismissive about the pandemic, when he said, it's just the flu, and then when Of course, he made those disparaging remarks as far as being the China virus.
Yes, and he told me to inject bleach into my skin, and hopefully it would
get the UV light on the inside.
Get all of that. Yeah, I think that's the perfect prescription.
The state of Florida never closed down.
Right.
The state of Florida was one of those places where the rhetoric about we're not buying into this fear mongering, we're not buying into this this anti-American, this anti-small business, anti-economic progress rhetoric about closing down, about restrictions, and to some extent, especially as far as some of the far right political action committees that are donating to Ron DeSantis, that solidified their support for him. Now, of course,
do you think he can beat Trump though?
I think it'll be interesting because it depends on who comes to vote. I personally, in my political theorization, believe that the Republican Party hasn't existed since 2016, and I'll say that because the Republican Party has not put out a party-wide agenda, a platform since 2016,
right.
Because you saw how captivated the Republican Party became with Donald Trump, and now as Trump drifted further.
But did he though? I mean, think about it. Like, let's talk about 2016, right? They ran the same form, like I said, that they should not run if they're trying to deny him the nomination in 2024. They had over 12 candidates with name recognition, 17 to be exact, running against this man. Now, at the time, Trump was polling between 33, 35% of support. And the narrative was, okay, that's just polls. That doesn't mean they're actually going to go out and vote. They're just trying to be insurgents. They're just trying to be troublemakers. But the fact of the matter is the man got his 30, 35%. But when you're splitting the other percentage 16 ways and everybody's averaging 2 to 3% or 3 to 5%, of course you're never going to catch him.
Yes, and that's my point exactly, though. Trump was underestimated in 2016 because people there's no way he's a serious candidate. There's no way he wins this until he did. But now though that we've seen Donald Trump become I hate to say this because I work in this field, a politician. But we've seen the support that he can garner. We've seen the fervor with which his supporters are willing to follow him, to the point, of what some, with myself included, would call sedition and treason. I think it really depends on which Republican Party, which facet of the Republican Party shows up to vote more. And while I don't think that the Republicans are going to scatter the field because they saw how that played out for them last time.
Well, you know what they say. I mean, Trumpism has kind of replaced Reaganism because, of course, before Trump came along, every Republican measured their policies. They measured their convictions, their stances, and who was the best Republican by Ronald Reagan. And then here comes Trump comes along, and you haven't heard the name Ronald Reagan since 2016.
Well, I have my own thoughts and opinions on Ronald Reagan's presidency and some of the.
I mean, look. I'm not over here trying to debate whether or not Ronald Reagan was a good president. I mean, that's I was just using the fact that Ronald Reagan's influence, even after he left the party, if you were a Republican after Ronald Reagan, you had to measure your stances, your views, your policies, and everybody wanted to take credit for Reagan.
Like, well, I'm a Reagan Democrat. That was a thing for some time.
Yeah,
I understand that. I don't think they'll be Trump Democrats, but
gotcha.
I think it depends on which facet of the Republican Party you see show up the most.
Gotcha.
And right now, I'm not comfortable enough to say that Trump won't win the election. I don't know that he will, but I'm not comfortable enough to say whether he won't win the Republican nomination at least.
Gotcha.
I'm comfortable enough to say he won't.
Well, speaking of the Trump influence, there is a Trump influence candidate that is trying to win the open seat in North Carolina by way of Ted Budd. But he is running against former state Supreme Court Justice Cheryl Beasley. And we'll get those polling numbers up for you here in the state of North Carolina, because that actually seems to be a tight race, which once again is an example of what I mean by the national party not trying to rally behind. Right now, Cheryl Beasley Sherry Beasley is running at 45% to Ted Budd's 50%. And this is just because of her grassroots, because let's be honest, how many people have actually even paid attention to the North Carolina Senate race? Like none. It's almost been the best kept secret of what's going on in the Senate. But if you've been following all the media and political talking heads, all they've been saying now is Sherry Beasley actually could have a chance to actually win this seat. Once again, They're writing off the South. And this is not a Democratic endorsement tonight or a Republican endorsement tonight. I'm just going to talk about strategy if you're actually trying to win or focus on winning. If you have candidates, whether they're black, white, green, yellow, periwinkle, blue, that's running as a Democrat in whatever you want to call a red state or a battleground state, if they're able to get you to a 45 to 46% threshold, just off the strength of their organizing, of their grassroots strategy, of them actually trying to take the reins of it. Imagine what you could do if they actually had a national apparatus to try to get them over the finish line. I mean, and then North Carolina, once again, could make history by electing its first black female Senate candidate, well, senator, period, out of the state of North Carolina.
The DNC once upon a time had a 50-state strategy. That was a thing where they campaigned in all 50 states as if they could win in all 50 states. And they got away from that. And we saw that, though, with this increased focus on swing states or battleground states, because of the thinking that some states are just so entrenched in whatever color that they are, that there's no use in campaigning in those states. But I think, though, well, the time has passed, but if the Democratic National Committee is serious about turning the tide in some of these states, and then, defending some of the policies and some of the ideals that the Democratic Party holds dear and holds close to itself, then they have to get back to that 50-state approach. Because now, just as you've highlighted, you see where in states that heretofore were, these are red states, and it's a foregone conclusion, you have Democratic candidates polling at 40+%. You have Democratic candidates polling 5 or 7% behind in polls with a 4-5% margin of error.
But see, where I'm disappointed, though, in the DNC is that their current chairman, Jamin Harrison, was born and raised in the state of South Carolina. He is an African American. He raised over $100 million to run against Lindsey Graham in 2020. Even though he lost, he still garnered around 45-46% of the vote. Okay, even though he then became the DNC chairman, at least as a Southerner, as myself, I would have thought there was hope for at least, for all the football fans out there, that he would have had some type of SEC strategy to try to make it competitive, especially after seeing what happened on January 6th, after seeing all of this promotion nationwide of saying that, these elections are going to be illegitimate and that you can't trust the ballot boxes. And now we got to pass all of these laws that make it harder to vote, because I'm still trying to get if anybody from Georgia, as a matter of fact, if any elected official in the Georgia Assembly can explain to me how it should be a crime to whereas I could be fined $1,000 and sentenced to a year in prison for handing somebody a bottle of water while they're waiting in line to vote. But yet, if I'm an officer and I gun down someone in cold blood with their hands up, unarmed, on the ground, and just unload the clip, I get to go home with paid administrative leave. I would just like to know, why does the punishment not fit the crime? And why is it that I'll receive a harsher punishment for giving somebody a bottle of Aquafina than I would for taking a man's life from you?
Well, it depends on what you define the crime as. If you follow trends in this country, after every significant gain that African Americans made politically in this country, there was white backlash. After the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation, the passage of the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendments, you saw vagrancy laws. You saw the beginnings of what would become the foundation of mass incarceration in this country. After the Civil Rights Movement, the passage of the Civil and Voting Rights Acts of 1964 and 65, respectively, then you see the systematic tearing down of those, like allowing certain provisions to expire, or states passing their own suppressive laws. And then once again, you see in the 80s, you see the advent of the crack epidemic, and then further mass incarceration, the crime bill in the 90s. Then after Barack Obama in 2008 and 2012, you see the rise of Make America Great Again.
Okay, but let me ask you this, though. It's interesting you bring that up about the crime bill. So who authored the crime bill?
Well, a Democrat offered the crime bill.
Which specific Democrat offered the crime bill?
Joe Biden.
Okay. So, but my thing is, knowing that.
No, I didn't say Democratic.
Did we give? No. I'm just going to ask your perspective now, and I'm also going to ask this perspective to our other panelists that are going to be coming on later on to get that wisdom and advice. Do you believe that only but for the fact he was President Obama's vice president for 8 years, that it seems as though African Americans gave now President Biden, or at the time Vice President Biden, a pass on what he pushed for, what he advocated for, and what has led to the dismantling of a lot of Black and brown families by way of the crime bill.
That and the fact that he wasn't Donald Trump. Because at the time of the 2020 election, the panic was, it's like, we can't have Donald Trump again. So you have,
well, they had Bernie Sanders.
Yes, but Bernie Sanders is a socialist. So, that's a bad word.
I mean,
don't understand what that means.
I mean, I get it, but at the same time, Joe Biden was supposed to run in 2016. His son ends up passing, which Bernie Sanders comes, challenges what was supposed to have been the heir apparent. Was supposed to be the coronation of Secretary Clinton, as we saw how that campaign went. Of course, then Bernie Sanders became the national darling of a lot of people on the left, and he's campaigning, he's raising his money. And then when he runs, it seems as though he was going to be hot on the heels of President Biden again. Now, let's be honest. Before, if you remember, in the 2020 Democratic primaries, before Super Tuesday, you had Pete Buttigieg, who had already won the states in Iowa and New Hampshire, I believe, whatever the candidate. But you had all of these so-called moderates, all of the mainstream Democrats said, look, we're getting ready to go to Super Tuesday. We got to make a decision. They all dropped out, all except for Elizabeth Warren at the time and a couple of others, to say, all right, we're all going to throw all of our weight behind Vice President Biden. Why? Because they did not want to do what the Republicans did, which was split the vote, allowing somebody that they did not want or that they would label as an insurgent to take the nomination. But so what you're saying is you don't believe Bernie Sanders could have beat Donald Trump in 2020?
I think Bernie Sanders could have. I don't think he would have. For the simple fact that when you think of, well, first of all,
I could have won the Powerball last night if I picked the right numbers. But what I'm saying is, do you believe if Senator Bernie Sanders is to go up against President Donald Trump in 20? Well, how do you think that election shakes out?
He's going to win.
Why?
For the simple fact that Bernie, he's been labeled a socialist, and so in the mind of the non-political scientists, socialism conjures it has a negative connotation. When socialism is socialist practices in government are. The fire department is a socialist institution.
So, like, what would you define as social? Like, what would be something that you would say?
Socialism is a system that makes sure that socialism in democratic countries, which we are, is a system in which markets are regulated, and that the government intervenes to close, for example, the wealth gap, or to make sure that people who don't have enough money to buy food can buy food. It's not like,
now, is that socialism or communism?
That's socialism.
In communism, let me ask you. Okay, yeah. because there's a term going around called corporate socialism. Yeah. That basically, anytime Wall Street gets in trouble, the government has no problem writing it to bail them out. Exactly. When we have national strategic interests of finding WMDs in a country that had nothing to do with attacking us, in one of the most heinous terrorist attacks on foreign. I mean, Department of Defense, and I mean, it's a lot of things. But then when it comes to what they will call social programs, they claim that we can never have the money. The money that we spent fighting a war, the $2 trillion that we spent fighting a war in the Middle East, which I don't know where that term came out. Why can't they just call it Africa and call it a day? But anyways, but fighting a war over there, that could pay for all of the student loan debt. That could pay for all of that. And
that's exactly the point I'm making.
Well, that's what Bernie Sanders was saying. So what was wrong with Bernie saying that?
Because in the minds of the average person, unless of course you take the time to sit down and do your own research and do research into what these programs look like and what's the term, what democratic socialism, which is what Bernie Sanders is, what democratic socialism looks like in practice. Unless you research that, if someone comes along and says socialism and communism and communism is bad, then it's very easy to fall into that line of thinking.
But see, here's the thing. I think that, and this is why we really need to invest in education again and do what we need to do, because people have confused a political construct with a economic construct. Exactly. Socialism has more to do with economics, where communism has more to do with economics, where socialism actually has more to do with a political construct and how government wants to run. But I think we've allowed us to try to a merging of the two. to try to come together. But what we're going to do is don't touch that dial. We're getting ready to pay some bills here. And what we're going to do is we're going to add another millennial to the panel here, one of my good friends, Desmond Barrow, to add more log to this fire. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back to the HydeOut Election Night coverage 2022. I need to scoot over.
Are you ready to put it?
What's going on?
Okay, so. Good evening and welcome back to the election night coverage here at the HydeOut 2022. We are getting ready to approach some polls closing around 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast. But right now we have a good friend of mine, Mr. Desmond Barrow, who's a local businessman here in Baton Rouge, also a former founding member of the North Baton Rouge Economic Development District. Glad that you could join us here tonight. I'm pretty sure that you've heard some interesting jargon here between me and one of my good brothers here. Let's see, all y'all got these little fancy pins here. So they're going to accuse me of not being patriotic or something, you know, because you know how they get, you know, about these flag pins and all that going on.
You didn't wear
That's okay.
Right.
Well, yeah, because apparently that's the biggest political scandal to ever hit the scene. The fact that we have a president wearing a tan suit on Easter Sunday. No, I'm going to tell you what's crime. The outfits of Southern's head football coach, Mr. Dooley. But that's okay. That's for another show for another day. But he wore his Sunday suits every Saturday. But look, as my grandfather would say, he's sharp as a spoon, man. Good. All right. So, Des, what's your perspective on all this, especially being, you know, a young businessman? You're politically engaged. You know, you've been around a lot of this arena and this atmosphere, done a lot of moving and shaking. And then, of course, you know, following your social media today, I saw that, you know, the organization, Next Generation Pioneers, you know, you required a lot of the people in that brotherhood to post that they actually went and voted. So first question I would ask you is, how important is it, whether if you want to talk about from a local perspective here in Baton Rouge or in the state of Louisiana or just nationally, how important is it from your perspective to make sure that young Black men are showing pride and going out to vote and actively voting?
Good question. It's that question is leveled and layered in itself. So let me be short and say voting is very important, but I want to say, especially to any African American brothers that's listening, women, just the African American community in general, voting is only a part of the process, and then I think we need to get better at tuning into politics after our vote to hold a politician accountable.
Right.
And so I see, even with the brotherhood that I'm a part of, you mentioned Next Generation Pioneers, like what a lot of our generation is having issues with is seeing how voting impacts our day-to-day lives. And a lot of times we always say politics is local, but there's a lot of macro politics that trickles down to the micro. But it's like there's so much going on a local level, you almost find yourself like, how do I even see how to tune into national politics? And it's just so many moving pieces. So I'll say it's important, but what's just as important as voting is also tuning into politics after your vote to be able to hold politicians accountable and just see if they holding up to their words. Because a lot of these politicians when they run in their campaigns, they'll list a list of promises, and then after the campaign over with, you don't see them in the community anymore. But I say it's very important, but it's not the one all be all.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that, and both of y'all could actually chime in on this. We've been living in Baton Rouge. I think both of y'all are natives, and of course I was an implant, but I paid taxes here for 10 years, so I think I've earned my stripes. When you're talking about politicians, they come around with a lot of promises. They come to our school board meetings. When it's election time, they come to our churches. They come to our family reunions. They come to our fish fries when it's election time. Then they get elected. Then you try to call them. You go straight to voicemail. Why is it that there isn't more of that accountability, especially when it comes to our elected officials, like Black elected officials? Because let's be honest, especially here in Baton Rouge, with the way the voting demographics are, if you're not running up the score with African American vote, like you can cancel Christmas trying to get elected parish-wide. But why do you think that sometimes we fall short on wanting to hold our own elected officials accountable once they do get in office?
Honestly,
if you ever want to take it.
If I could speak on that, I would say that we have to first get organized as a community to have an agenda that we want to even present to politicians. So it's like when you're talking about accountability, sure, as a politician, red or white, black, they could come to your community and say, I'm gonna offer X, Y, Z. But if you already have your own agenda based off issues that from living in your community, what's going on, you have to see if that aligns, even if you should give your support to this politician. So when it comes to holding them accountable, it's like, look, we as a collective organized community need X. Are you, trying to follow through on X? And if so, we'll give you our support. If not, we gotta have almost like a what they call like a pact, like where you have the funds to run somebody against a politician, if they don't follow through on what you was talking about.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would add further to that though, that it becomes incumbent upon us to not only, to keep track of our dinner table politics with us at home, but also to organize with our friends, our neighbors, our communities to, like Des said, if there is a person who's running a candidate that leaves something to be desired, then we run our own candidate. Or conversely, and this is what I would prefer, is that if our candidates came out from us anyway, because it's much easier to hold someone accountable that It's very difficult to hold someone accountable who comes to your community, who comes to and fro. You may see them, you may not.
Right.
But if it's someone who's come out from your community, it's easier to hold them accountable because you have that access to them. But also, though, they would have more of a vested interest in making sure that the needs of your community are met because that's their community. Also,
but what I see a trend is that a lot of times when we see African American leadership that has had to fight to get there, we vote, we go to the election, watch night party, we all enjoy the free food, it's all great, it's all wonderful, but then their first term goes by, we get absolutely nothing. Then it's like, okay, well, the first term they've got to get in there, they've got to find their voice, they got to find their footing, they got to really try to turn it up. So let's give them another chance. Then we re-elect them, and then you get nothing. And then if they can run for a third term, we put them back in there again. And then the next thing you know, you got 12 years of nothing that has happened, that nothing has happened. The pothole has not been filled. The stop sign has not been put at the end of the street. But yet you can see a clear dynamic on another side of the city, to whereas another demographic is getting everything and all the new development and all the new business, everything that they want. So my thing is, why is it that when it comes to holding our elected officials accountable, there's always this stop and go, or that's going to create unnecessary division, or all the different excuses that that we've heard over the years.
Here's a thought I just had. I think, and you touched on it there. I think part of it is that there's a difference between holding someone accountable and tearing someone down. And I think that as African Americans, historically speaking, putting people that look like us and have our interests at heart in political office, that's still so fragile a concept to us that we would rather be able to put them in there for the sake of them being in there then to hold them accountable, which can sometimes come across as speaking against them or being divisive or being attacking. And I think sometimes we'd rather see a Black face in a seat because that gives us that sort of comfort than to have a Black person or any person in a seat and hold their feet to the fire.
Gotcha.
Whew. Honestly, while you was talking, Kelvin, going back to the concept of accountability, I think, especially in the African American community, I think I remember you saying something about the Hispanic community not being a monolith. Like my opinion is we would want to believe in the African American community that we're not a monolith as far as we have so many different issues that whether if you're a middle class African American, working poor, or maybe if you're upper class, but I would say almost like economically as a whole, as a community, we're still at the bottom of like the totem pole when you look at like wealth inequality, income gap, and things of that nature. And so a part of holding someone accountable, you first got to be unified in yourself. But we think we have these, and we do have multiple issues, but the main issue does have to be economics. You know, everything else kind of builds on that, like the social issues and things of that nature. So,
but when you talk about economics, I mean, what's stopping any of us from supporting a Black-owned business as opposed to maybe driving miles out or driving to another side of a community and giving them our money?
You saying what's stopping us from supporting?
I mean, what's stopping us from supporting a Black-owned business? I mean, we could start the economic piece just by simply saying, hey, instead of going to Walmart, like I'm going to go to this Black-owned grocery store that's still standing if it is still standing in the community.
Yeah.
Or before I give my money to Gucci and Versace and everything else, I'm going to go and maybe try to support a local Black-owned clothing store or a designer that we got.
And there's nothing that's stopping us from supporting the Black business. But when we talking about business, in my opinion, Black businesses, especially in America, need so much injected into them so that they can be stood up to endure times to be, I'm saying real businesses. So for what I'm saying, in the Black community, we have a lot of solo entrepreneurs and things of that nature. They're self-employed, one employee themselves. But when we're talking about business in the Black community, I would definitely like us to think in a way of how many Black businesses do we have that can pay 15 plus employees a livable wage? And when you're talking about a livable wage, we saying at least $52,000, in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, if you're single or something like that. So if you got 10 employees, 50,000, what we talking numbers?
$500,000.
That's $500,000. So if he has a
before benefits,
and that's before benefits. So it's like, me and you, we can go and give our dollars to the mom and pop pie shop, but what resources do we need? What infrastructure do we need from the macro government? Because a lot of times the resources come down from the macro, like on a national level, to give that mom and pop business the infrastructure to mass produce their pies, to not only sell to the African American community, but to the nation and the rest of the world. And then they can start to pay the livable wages that can make a difference so that people can have disposable income in their local communities to be able to see certain businesses. Because a lot of times, especially in Baton Rouge, people say, well, why don't we have a movie theater? Why don't we have a shopping strip? Well, you got to look at these businesses are usually not going to move to places that they can't be supported. Like somebody will say, well, why don't we start our own movie theater? Right. You still need the disposable income to support it.
Well, why do you think there's such divestment in the African American community? Now, what seems to always be one of the big issues that a lot of companies always say, well, I don't want to invest in this city or I don't want to invest in this neighborhood. Like what usually is at the top of their list is a reason why they don't want to come and invest in our communities.
What you saying, crime?
Okay, so crime. Bring it back to Louisiana politics.
Okay.
You have a senator who has been pushing the narrative of that crime is just getting out of control in the state of Louisiana. And he had a very simple solution. Let me ask you this. Do both of you all say that you pretty much trust law enforcement?
No.
Okay.
Not as an institution.
As an institution, would you say just on balance, you trust law?
Yeah.
Okay. If somebody breaks into your house right now, who you calling?
I'm calling the police.
Senator Kennedy said, don't do that. He said, call a crackhead. So my thing is, when you have someone that is running for re-election in government, And we have the numbers to get that individual out of government, because you got to understand, he's voting on economic bills too. He's probably attaching what they will call these pork bill projects that are funneling money to all these different businesses and voting for all these different little tax breaks and everything else, because a lot of states can't really maintain their own funding. They get a lot of funding from the federal government. So if you have a senator, an incumbent senator, that if you look at the record, you can Google it, YouTube it, or whatever the case may be, who obviously is not interested in, like you said, trying to even invest to be able to try to give you all that infrastructure, right? So you can have these land banks and be able to build, like you said, movie theaters and all of that. Then why is it that we as a people, black man, black woman, why did we not shut down I-10 going to these polling places today?
Man, that's a level to live question. Kel, what you got?
There's a number of things.
You know what? I hate to have you as a spade partner, man.
Like it's so many different angles. I think when people ask questions like that, most people be looking for like some type of linear solution to, this is the reason, but.
Oh, no, I was just about to say, we have to stop becoming prisoners of serial processing in our political thinking. We don't
elaborate. What do you mean by serial process?
Yeah, there's nothing that requires us to focus on one issue and then another issue and then another. Like, we don't solve the economic problem, then the crime problem, then the school problem. These are all things that we have to address at the same time. And it's not as if we haven't done it before. Every successful social movement in this country that Black people have been a part of, the Civil Rights Movement being one of those. The Civil Rights Movement wasn't just about advancing the civil rights of African Americans. There were workers' rights was attached to that. There was LGBTQIA² plus rights attached to that, and even later in the process, in the progress of that movement, attention began to turn to the war in Vietnam. So these are not issues that we have to solve one at a time. These are things that we can, and not just because we have to focus on them simultaneously, but because they're all interconnected. There's always a certain level of intersectionality in politics and in governance. And I think that if we could find a way to use maybe not words like intersectionality or serial processing, but get that to a place, and there are those of us among us who can and should be doing so. If we can make these issues plain to our friends, our neighbors, our church members, and I have a whole other set of feelings about the church's involvement in beginning these movements. But if we can get these terms and this information out, then it's not just those couple of Black people who go down to City Hall, or like the one or two Black representatives, or the one or two organizations that are African American led in the city who do that. It becomes
right.
a concept.
But whether you want to talk about the church or other institutions of influence, right? If LeBron James speaks out about something, they say he needs to stick to playing basketball. If Colin Kaepernick wants to speak out about something, they say he needs to stick to playing football. Somehow Kanye gets a pass. They don't tell him to stick to rapping. They let him say what he wants to say, and they embrace it. To a certain extent. And it's interesting that you brought up the Vietnam War, because when a certain pastor started to speak up about the Vietnam War, his popularity started to decrease, and they said he needed to speak to preaching, which was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. And that's also a question that we're getting ready to tackle on the next segment. Thank you for joining me, gentlemen. Of course, we're going to have y'all back on throughout the night. Don't go anywhere. Like we said, we're getting ready to pay some more bills. But when we come back, we're going to answer that question, as we have great guests from Prophetic Voices that's going to be joining us with our opening segment on Pulpit Perspectives, the pulpit and politics. Where do we need to stand? Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue with HydeOut Election Night 2022.
Figured out a lot.
Scene one, take one, intro in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yo, I'm Brian Darby, owner of His and Hers Grooming Bar, and welcome to How I Do What I Do on NextDefTV.com.
Scene one, take one, intro in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yo, I'm Brian Darby, owner of His and Hers Grooming Bar, and welcome to How I Do What I Do on NextDefTV.com.
And welcome back to Election Night coverage, a special edition of HydeOut Election 2022. You know, a lot of people really say that education is a bedrock of society. And somewhere along this channel, we are going to address the family losses along with a lot of institutions that are in their home state for the agreed generations of due funding, averaging the tune of at least $1.2 billion per HBCU. So before we even go down that track, I would like to expect that there's one that's from the technical. Pastor Craig Jeff Smith, Pastor Ed Domain, and Pastor Dale Flowers, who are going to be giving us what I like to call full today. Because, you know, a lot of us, we always hear from the very far away, the McCoy and everybody who always wants to join this magazine. But the first question I like to go to the panel is y'all are all preaching and teaching from the same book. Why is it that we relate to our white evangelical brothers and sisters seem to have a different interpretation when it comes to policies and things that respect over everything?
I would say that it's not about spirituality or religion. It's about sociology. It's about control. It's about money. Right? And they are like Jesus on top of that. Sprinkling a few scriptures and claim that God has touched you.
Wow. Okay. It's about culture, from my perspective. We all claim the same Jesus, but our perspective is different based on our culture. And I'm fond of saying that oppressed people can't be taught or helped by the oppressor. And the Jesus of the oppressor is very different than the Jesus of the oppressed. By and large, black people are still oppressed people, and so our perspective of who Jesus is and what Christianity is comes from that culture, that history, that perspective of being oppressed, whereas by and large, and I know there are pockets of difference, white people have been the oppressor. And so their message, their preaching, their politics is all from the perspective of being the oppressor and maintaining that oppression.
Right. I'm going to agree with both of my brothers. They view the world differently. They see things from a different perspective. And they're going to hold on to their beliefs, which puts them in a position of superiority. If they want to admit that or not. That's their mindset. They don't think very much of us. And when one of us rises to a position, they show us. A lot of people out of the way. We were black men. And they could not see beyond that. They labeled him as communist, and him the Muslim, a brother who loved God, but they couldn't see. They labeled his pastor, Jeremiah Wright, as a hate monger who was preaching justice, preached the truth, but it's the truth that they did not want to hear and don't want to hear.
But if we're all supposed to be preaching and teaching and loving on the same Christ, how can we share different experiences? Don't get me wrong, I understand that we can all have different testimonies, but shouldn't there just be some basic tenets when it comes to the role of Christianity?
If you and I are looking at an automobile accident that takes place on a street corner, and I'm standing on the west side of the corner looking at the accident, and you're standing on the polar opposite east corner looking at the same accident, I'm going to see things about the automobile accident that you didn't see.
Gotcha.
Vice versa, you're going to see things that I didn't see. And so what we report, while we're both reporting on the same accident, our witness, our testimony is going to be vastly different based upon our perspective. White folk are the oppressor. And so their view of Christianity is from the perspective of the oppressor, and they want to maintain that position of being the oppressor. They're not interested in shifting around to see it from our point of view. In fact, what they invite us to do is come around and look at things from their point of view.
Okay.
And if we just shared their same point of view, then all of us would be on the same page. No, I very much vehemently disagree with that.
Okay.
Definitely. I would, and I think it's great that Pastor Smith said, correct, right? Because that's what America is. It's basically a car crash.
Massive.
That is
Massive
happening,
on the interstate.
right? And you throw religion in the mix. Religion has been used since Europeans introduced themselves to us in Africa as a means of control. In fact, I think it was the Dutch who were the first to go along, reach the west coast of Africa. And the first thing they did was try to convert, right, African kings and so forth. If I can get the king, I can control. And so it didn't change once they started shipping us to the Americas.
Correct.
Religion is off. But we've always been genius enough that we take what they present to us and we layer our spiritual beliefs on top of that. And while they think that we shouting at their white Jesus, no, we really shout at the Jesus that gives us liberation.
But I think it's interesting that you all say that because Pastor Ed Young, Jr., he gave a sermon a couple of weeks back where he actually was taking a speech from Dr. King. And that also seems an interesting trend that, you know, when they try to reach out to us is that they always want to bring in Dr. King. They want to quote his message and, and this and that. What is it that you would that from your perspective, all being men of God, being pastors, having lived through some very tumultuous times here in the country, what do you think one of the common misconceptions that people have about Dr. King and his true message of what he was trying to say about America, about African Americans' roles in America, and about the movement that he was trying to pursue?
I know their view of him is from a lens that is not true. When Dr. King lived, he was the most hated man in America by the white people who are now the descendants of those who want to point back and say he was a great man. If Dr. King was alive today, saying what he said then, they would hate him today. They've taken certain of his quotes and screwed them and misquoted them and diluted them to a point where they can agree and it promotes their view. But it is not true. If Dr. King were alive today, they would hate him as much now as they did then. Agree.
Yes.
Dr. King is often quoted because they recognize that if they spent 50 years trying to tear him down and they couldn't. So now they are trying to appropriate his message and reshape it in order to suggest that, I think I heard one politician say, if Dr. King were alive today, he'd be a Republican. And my wife would say that's a lie from the pit of hell.
Well, they actually claim he was a registered Republican. Now, we still searching for the registration card. That's what they claim.
Republican Party of the 60s.
Not a Republican of 2022.
Yes.
And that's a vast difference. Let's remember.
But could you actually call them Republicans?
The Democratic Party that you and I know was not the Democratic Party of the 50s and the 60s.
Okay.
There was a culture shift that took place. It started Roosevelt and the New Deal, and it carried on through Lyndon and Lyndon B. Johnson. Everybody wants to hold up John F. Kennedy. The real civil rights.
Hold up, tell it like it is.
Presidency was not JFK, it was LBJ.
Right.
Lyndon B. Johnson did more for Black people with the presidency than any president before or since, including Barack Obama.
Okay, but President Donald Trump said that he's done more for Black people when he was in office his first term than Abraham Lincoln. So I mean,
Donald Trump is a buffoon and a liar.
but he asked the question, but he asked a serious question in 2016 that I don't really think
It wasn't
paid
a serious
attention.
question.
Well, maybe not a serious question, but he did ask the question to a predominantly Black audience of what is it that we have to lose?
Yeah.
And why do you think?
4 years later, you want me to answer that question?
Absolutely.
You've lost the federal court system because they have spent the last 30 years putting ignorant, unprepared, unqualified people into a federal judiciary, and then they prop them up into lifetime appointments. The federal court used to be the bastion of sanity and the salvation for civil rights.
Yes.
And they saw that. And so people like Trump and Mitch McConnell and that ilk decided that they were going to tear down the very fabric of freedom that the federal court system represented. And they were going to put people in who they politicized the federal court system. And we see that playing out right now. What have you got to lose? You have civil rights to lose. You have social justice rights to lose. You have rights for education to lose. You have redistricting and gerrymandered districts to lose. We have lost tremendously because of the kind of activity that has taken place within this iteration of the Republican Party.
Well, what do you say to say that, the Republican Party of 2022 is just terrible, or whatever the case may be, but people will look back on the 2020 election and say, well, if Trump was so terrible and that if his message was not resonating with African Americans, how was he able to double his support from 6% to 12%?
Pick me, Negro.
And that was with Black men. It wasn't with Blacks total. When
Black men. He doubled from 6% to 12% of Black men, Black male voters.
Let me say something that's going to irritate some people, I'm sure.
I think you already have.
Black men.
If they've been watching the HydeOut, they've been irritated a long time ago.
Are sexist against Black women. The reason why Stacey Abrams is not going to win is not because she all of a sudden became unqualified. It's because she's a Black woman. The reason why
Vice President Harris.
No.
That's another show.
The one who's running against Rubio.
Val Demings.
The reason why Val Demings is going to lose is not because she's unqualified, it's because she's a Black woman. If she had those same qualifications as a Black man, she would receive much greater support. People fail to recognize that there is a lot of sexism that exists within the Black community.
So how are we going to turn the
Black
table on that?
Male community, because there is something there is a system of hatred that exists within certain pockets of Black men that resists the whole idea of strong women in administrative roles. I've seen it in the church. It's the year of our Lord 2022, and people are still asking the ridiculous question, can women pastor? Can women preach? It's a stupid, ridiculous question. And yet it's still being asked over and over and over again. And I see that same thing being played out in politics. We have to rise to the place where we recognize that the most qualified person, male or female, should get our support, not just Black men. And I frankly get put off by this whole idea that somehow or other Black women are less qualified than Black men.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I would agree, and I think it is that we are acting like
as Pastor Smith said earlier, acting like the oppressors, right? Because that's not in us. That's not our DNA. That's not our culture. Our culture doesn't see gender, right?
Right.
This silly movie they just made, The Woman King, right? Our culture doesn't see gender, but from some reason, mostly that we get fake promises or we get a little something,
Right.
and we think that's going to advance us.
Right.
But for some reason, we want to act like them because we think that's going to advance us in their system.
Right.
Going back to something you said earlier, sooner than later, we've got to participate in the political system, but we can't keep participating with nothing, always with handout. We've got to build our own in order to have a stake in this current political system.
Well,
knowing that this system is not set up to help us and it is not going to help us.
Well, let me ask you all something just here. So you said the reason why Stacey Abrams is probably not going to win tonight and why she's probably struggling with black male voters is because she's a black woman. Well, let's bring it back to the home state of Louisiana. Why is it that when we have black candidates that run statewide that are male, that we still can't even seem to get the black voter turnout to support a black male candidate?
Which black male candidate are you speaking of?
I'm speaking of Gary Chambers versus John Kennedy.
Okay. The Democrat, the state Democratic Party is as feckless and cowardly and weak as any entity you could ever possibly imagine. When it came down to making a decision as to who you would support, and I'm not favoring Mr. Chambers over Mr. Mixon over Ms. Stott. I'm simply saying when it came down to making a decision, they bailed out. They said, well, let's endorse all three. How feckless?
Yep.
How weak?
Right.
How cowardly can you possibly be?
Right.
The Louisiana Democratic Party has shown itself to have a weak bench. None of the candidates who are running as Democrats have held public office anywhere. Anywhere. They have no experience at all. That's true of Mr. Chambers. That's true of Mr. Mixon. That's true of Ms. Stott. And the fact that you are good people with good ideas does not necessarily make you ready to step up into the seat of the United States Senate.
So do we concede the race to Kennedy just because he's been a career politician?
The Democratic Party conceded the race to Kennedy when they didn't put someone up that could actually challenge him. The best possible candidate from my point of view is Governor John Bel Edwards, because he's a moderate, white Democrat who has proven twice before that he can get elected statewide. And somebody should have gone and sat on his doorstep and said, you will run. You will not go home. You will not be waiting for an ambassadorship to some other place that's never going to come. You will run for the sake of your state, which you claim to love, and you will get this racist John Kennedy out of office. No one.
But does that happen if black people do not come out to vote? Because even during early voting, I think historically we saw probably the lowest early voting turnout for past generation for a major statewide
This is not
seat.
a new mountain. Poor voting in off-year elections, and the midterms are off-year elections. That's nothing historically. If you go and check your record, midterm voting sits at like 18 to 20%.
Correct.
And so it is what it is. I would think that lifetime politicians would have known that and would have put somebody up to run who could generate the kind of enthusiasm that I heard Mr. Wells mention earlier. He said that we haven't put up somebody that people can be enthusiastic about. Okay, well, so what are we going to do? We're going to put up nobody, and we're going to say, well, ring around the rosy, just pick one of those three, and everything.
Well, that seems to be the trend. And like I said, when we look at the trends and the traction, that seems to be what's going on. And then, but when you have qualified candidates, not just these statewide Democratic parties. But even like on a national level, I mean, like you see that the DNC does not even rally around African-American candidates that actually could have a chance, unless it's in a quote unquote battleground state, or maybe they're running up against a very flawed candidate that they think they can beat. But I mean, everybody's not going to have the blessing of being able to run against a David Vitter and run prostitutes over a racist.
A statement like that, sir, assumes that Democrats are not racist and that they really want.
No. I'm not saying that they definitely get a pass on the racism vote. No. They just hide it very well.
Right. They don't want to see black people rise either. Right.
The House of Representatives was lost long before anybody ever went to cast a vote, because the federal court system would not stand up and overrule state legislatures that gerrymandered districts and made it impossible for blacks or moderate whites to win in those districts. Mr. Trump likes to use the term rigged. It's a rigged system for the House. House elections are not statewide. They're based upon districts. Now, statewide elections, are Senate race, that's different. That's where my hope is, that we can stave off a Republican advantage in the United States Senate. But the House was lost long before anybody ever went to vote.
If the Senate,
because the districts were gerrymandered.
Right, but if the Senate is decided tonight, do you think that there will be a repeat of what happened in 2014 when Mary Landrieu went to the runoff with Bill Cassidy? And if we remember those midterms, they were saying, oh, Louisiana Senate district was going to decide the Senate. And then, of course, the Democrats ran a slew of, like you said, very flawed candidates. The Republicans ended up surprising everybody, taking over the House, already gaining 52 seats. Very next day, the DNC pulls all the national money, all the ads, all the infrastructure. Do you think that could happen to Senator Warnock in Georgia if the Senate gets decided tonight, if he ends up going to a runoff against Herschel Walker?
I can't speak for Georgia. I heard you all talking about Georgia, and you know, I have opinions, but they're not educated and intelligent opinions. They're just gut feelings, and my gut feeling is that Warnock is going to prevail in Georgia, and I think he's going to prevail. And I don't think it's going to go to a runoff. But of course, my get is wrong.
Y'all concur? Gotcha.
I don't know.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So I want to,
yes,
can I just go back with two things? One is, we talked about the black vote. When it came to John Bell Edwards, he's in office because of the black vote.
Right.
So had he run for Senate, that machine that got the black vote out to put him in office as governor would have gotten out, I believe, to put him in the Senate. He talked about Trump and why black men, he doubled his support. America has a propaganda machine, and Trump is very good at using it. And Trump keeps telling lies after lies after lies after lies. And not only are our Caucasian brothers and sisters believing him, some of our black brothers are believing him.
Yeah.
And they bought into those lies. And they believe that he is the best thing that ever has happened to black people since Abraham Lincoln, which is another.
Right. Right. So
I think media has been an accomplice to
Yes.
Trump's continued power over national
Conservative
politics.
and liberal.
There is not a day that Donald Trump's name or some quote from Donald Trump is not listed in media. Conservative media, moderate media, liberal media.
Yes.
Trump is quoted every single day. He's 2 years out of office, and we're still quoting what Donald Trump said.
now in 2020, right? So going back to 2020, of course, which the aftermath of that has led to where a lot of these races stand in a lot of these states about rigged elections, phony elections. They've changed, got all these crazy election laws being signed. Like I said, I can't give you a bottle of water, or I'm getting fined $1,000 and sent to Parchment or Angola somewhere. Even though the word says, man, It's thirsty, give him something to drink, but you can't even follow the word there, right? But what do you think was the deciding factor for African Americans when they're looking at Joe Biden and Donald Trump? Because, like I said, did we give President Biden a pass because we may have felt that he redeemed himself as being a faithful vice president to President Obama?
Gave Joe Biden a pass because Jim Clyburn said that he was the best candidate out there, and enough Black people trusted Jim Clyburn to embrace Joe Biden. And I think Clyburn did it because he was pragmatic and he saw Biden as being the only candidate out there that was capable of beating Donald Trump.
And why do you feel that way?
Because what you had on those debate stands was less than qualified candidates. Let's just put it like that.
Okay.
I heard you singing Bernie Sanders' praises. Trump would have loved having Bernie Sanders there.
Wasn't necessarily bringing his praises, because I didn't vote for Bernie either, but at the same time.
Because he knew that Bernie Sanders' politics was something that he could ridicule with enough people to where he could beat him easily. The last person he wanted to see was Joe Biden. Come on. And I think Clyburn had a good pulse of where America was. And so he gave his full-throated endorsement of Biden. And I think that that's what gave him the trajectory to win. Again, I don't think that Jim Clyburn just thought that Joe Biden was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I think he was being pragmatic. And what he wanted to see was not Donald Trump get a second four-year term.
But why is it that we can be pragmatic enough to say, well, let's go ahead and endorse Joe Biden, even though he may not be the best thing since sliced bread as African Americans? But it's like in 8 years, we went from Barack Obama to a Donald Trump. Couldn't have been more polar opposite than each other than the man on the moon. It's like, how do we make that shift? Don't get me wrong. I understand that there are other things politically that, it's always hard for modern parties to get a third term. And usually after 8 years, they want a different shift or a different candidate. But that was a dramatic shift.
Republicans got 3 terms. They got
It's
2
not
terms
politics.
of Reagan and they got a term of Bush.
Yeah, that was in the 80s, right? But I'm just,
They got 3 terms. It wasn't that, it was who had those 8 years.
Yeah.
It was Barack Obama. It was a Black man sitting in the White House. It was a Black man who in 8 years had no scandal. There was no woman. There was no hidden money. There was no secret tapes. There was no scandal that they could use. I can tell you that there are a whole lot of people who are not enamored with the 8 years of the Barack Obama presidency, but there was enough that happened in those 8 years that transformed the social fabric of this nation. Same-sex marriage came about during that period of time. Insurance, health insurance for things that Bill Clinton tried to do and could not do, Barack Obama was able to do. And try as they might in the 4 years that Trump was in office, they could not undo the Affordable Care Act.
Right. And let's say this about the crime bill and Biden being the author of it. Again, we've got to go back to the media and what they were selling at that time. That this crack epidemic, Black folks,
super predators,
boogeyman, and they pushed that. So it wasn't Biden alone. A whole lot of Black people were saying, we need this bill. Our communities need protecting.
Right.
So he didn't do this by himself. There are a whole lot of Black politicians and Black leaders in our community that push for that bill as well. Well, now that it's white and it's the opioid epidemic, well, no, we don't need incarceration. What we need now is treatment. And that, again, is the propaganda machine pushing this. And we fought for it. So we've got to, see things as they are and recognize that there are influences in our community who have a loud voice. And if we don't open our eyes and ears and really seek out the truth for ourselves, we'll be led astray.
Well, where do you all see the Black church's influence in the Black community today, especially when it comes to being in conflict or trying to figure out, do we listen to the propaganda machine, or do I listen to my well-learned, educated pastor who is, telling it like it is, trying to get us out to vote, trying to inspire us, or whatever the case may be? Like, well, where do you all see the Black church's influence in the Black community?
I think it's complicated,
Okay.
right? Because the world is different than our romance of the civil rights movement and the role of the Black church and the role of the Black preacher. Right? Truth of the matter is, most Black churches and most Black preachers were not with King. So there's this kind of romance happening there, especially in February.
He was put out of the National Baptist Convention.
Yes.
Put out.
Well, look, give us this history lesson, because first of all, you all have just dropped a bombshell. What do you mean every Black pastor did not support Dr. King until he died? What do you mean that they didn't support it?
Which word did you not understand?
You mean to tell me that every January and every February, every church is putting on a civil rights and a Dr. King program, and they got us saying our speeches up there?
Right.
Convention at the time, and pastor of Olivet Baptist Church in Chicago, Louisiana, so hated Martin Luther King Jr. that when they named the street that his church was on, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, he changed the address of the church to the corner, to the other street, because he did not want the name of his church, the address of his church, to be on Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard.
Right.
That's how deep the resentment was.
Why?
And by the way, you're looking for a Black Republican? J. Jackson was a Black Republican. He supported Richard Nixon.
And they did it out of fear. I mean, you had folks at that time, and their attitude was, hey man, where we are is better than where we were. So don't go making noise and making it harder for us. That's why really the civil rights movement was a youth movement, because the older Blacks were like, hey, don't go making waves. Let's just be cool and bide our time. And Dr. King said, well, if you guys don't want to do it, we're going to go get teenagers and young people, and even younger than teenagers. Those were the ones that put their lives on the line, because the mentality was, and it is today, when we get to a certain age, hey, man, I don't have time for this. And it is the young people that lead these movements, because I have a mortgage. I'm vested. I don't want to lose what I had. And that was the attitude of the Black church then, of the community then. And that's what Dr. King had to fight against.
And when Dr. King came out against the Vietnam War, he lost a sizable portion of Black support.
Yes.
Because he took on Lyndon Johnson, who you heard me say a minute ago, was the best president for Blacks and civil rights that this nation has ever had. And I still believe that. But he challenged Lyndon Johnson. He challenged the Vietnam War. And a lot of Blacks walked away from him because of the stance that he took.
Is it because we wanted to be patriotic and support our president, or was it because, once again, we already had these deep-seated divisions of resentment toward it?
It was because there were a sizable number of Black people who didn't feel like it was in our overall best interest to irritate and anger the president of the United States.
Okay.
And when Dr. King was assassinated, he was not a very popular man at the time that he was killed. All this talk of heroism and statues and holidays and things, all that was subsequent to his assassination. At the time that he was killed, for trying to organize a poor people's march, by the way.
Right.
It's fine to say that you shouldn't treat Negroes the way in which you treat them, but when you say start paying people a fair living wage, the economics of it is something that separated us as a people. This this revisionist history that we have on King is only because he was assassinated.
Wow.
Right.
If he were still alive today, do you believe his popularity would still be unpopular, or do you think people would actually try to seek out his sage advice?
I don't know. Culture changes over time. Muhammad Ali was one of the most hated men in America at one point. Before he died, he became one of the most beloved icons in the world. So I can't say what would have happened. I can only tell you that at the time that he was killed, he was not the icon that we know him to be now.
Gotcha. We'll go back to what I was saying earlier when I started the segment, because I know that all of you all are big proponents of education, whether that be secular education, especially Christian education. As you all have probably heard, that Forbes magazine had published out an article and a report actually that detailed the gross underfunding of our HBCUs. Maryland just now recently settled a multi-million dollars, I think, to the tune of almost $500 million to the HBCUs in Maryland, and now FAMU is trying to do that in the state of Florida. Now I don't know how successful they'll be with DeSantis in there. Sorry, sometimes Red State helping out taking medicine, but. Where does, I guess, the Black church fit into this fight? Because, of course, it's always going to come down to be political. Like you said earlier, it used to be that, the courts used to kind of be that balancing scale, it kind of be the bedrock to kind of, check America, bring it back to its sanity every now and then. But when you're looking at something in black and white that says that not just collectively over the 100 and some odd HBCUs have been underfunded, you can go to each and every individual HBCU, just FAMU in particular. As a matter of fact, even Southern University was in that report. Southern University has been underfunded. I think they said, even going back to, I think they started marketing around 82, 83, to the tune of over $1.2 billion. Where do we even begin to start that fight and try to rally that support from a church's standpoint to really try to push that, like I say, keep inspiring the young people, try to push that? Like where do we begin to really make sure that influence gets is brought to the forefront?
Like Pastor Smith started earlier, and Pastor Flowers referred to, this is an unpopular opinion. First of all, we have to remind our black schools that they are black schools and not black-faced white schools trying to push students into systems and structures that are not going to benefit. That's one, right? Secondly, the church, like every other institution, the black church is not monolithic either, right? And so you're going to have some truth tellers, and you're going to have some who are going to keep their mouth closed. So the way the church fits in, first and foremost, is to keep telling the truth, right? And excuse my language, and pissing people off. That's first. Secondly, we realize that the black church is the only institution we have left that's not dependent upon the dominant culture, right? And so we use our influence that we don't have to listen to you, right? We don't have to beg you for anything. And then secondly, mind your business, stay out of our business. We over here talking. That's the way we handle it. And then push people forward, especially as we talked about the younger people.
Well, what do you say to those who say, well, Doc, I'd love for us to just go out and fight that fight together, but we got to bring all stakeholders to the table. That means we got to bring, we talking about funding. We just can't just go and ride the Liberty Bank. We got to bring in JP Morgan Chase. We got to bring in, Goldman Sachs. Like we got to have that bring them to the table. Doc, we want to talk about advancing the black agenda.
I honestly don't think that any institution outside of our community is going to genuinely try to advance our communities, right? When we spend a lot of time talking about history, most of the advancements we made were from passing buckets and from children giving their nickels and dimes. Now, it may take longer, the fight may be harder, but depending on any institution from the dominant culture, they're going to give you just enough to keep you coming back to them.
Now, why is it that you think that there has just been such a movement away when it comes to African Americans, instead of pushing go to Southern, they'll say, no, go to LSU. Instead of saying, go to FAMU, go to Florida State. Why is it now? Mississippi may be different now. People are going to come to Jackson State because of Coach Prime, as opposed to Ole Miss. But where did we start this falling away of, first of all, abandoning, like I said, the bedrock of our community was our educational institutions?
It's not a complete falling away. I do think that you mentioned Coach Prime, you mentioned athletics, and certainly there's been a proliferation of African-American athletes who have made the choice to go to these major, predominantly white schools because they believe that in the long run, it was in their best interest as far as careers were concerned. The facilities were superior. The opportunity to be seen was superior because over the last 10, 12 years, television covers everybody. But there was a time when only major colleges were covered, especially when it comes to football and basketball. And so they wanted to be in a place where they could have maximum amount of exposure. But if you look at the percentage of African-American students that attend LSU now, when I was a student there from 1979 to 1983.
Before Wi-Fi.
Way before Wi-Fi. The Black student population at LSU sat roughly around 10 or 11%. In the year 2022, it sits at like 14 to 16%. That's not a monumental shift over a 40-year period of time. So I think that by and large, Black students still attend predominantly Black institutions, and they suffer because their facilities have not kept pace with other facilities because money has been, you just cited, where money has been misspent. But Southern University's law school still produces more African-American lawyers than any law school in the nation. Any law school in the nation. So I don't think that there's been a wholesale shift to predominantly white universities, at least not in Baton Rouge. But there has been a shift towards those institutions when it came down to athletics because the opportunities were great.
Gotcha.
And your doctors and other professionals, Black, predominantly HBCU graduates.
Gotcha.
That's on record. And I'm gonna say again, with Dr. Smith, that's the propaganda machine. If you're a good enough athlete, I don't care where you go to school, they're gonna find you, and you're gonna make your way into the pros.
Right.
I want to just real quickly on what Pastor Domain was saying about the church and us not, being on one accord. Richard Allen, 1794, I think it was, in the white church here in America, pulled his folks out of the white church because of the injustices that they were experiencing in the white church. So the Black Christian church in America, its very foundation is justice. That was the fight to begin with. And any Black church that is not fighting for justice today has left one of our founding principles behind. We must be those who will fight for justice. Because if not, we're not living up to our responsibility as the Christian Black church here in America.
And as we know, speaking along the lines of education, especially universities, we know that the Supreme Court, they are predicting is going to strike down the affirmative action case to where it's now universities can no longer use, race, of course, as a determining factor. Do you think that if that is struck down, which many people predict that it will, do you think that will then cause more of an influx of African-American athletes, as well as just African-American students that are going there for academics, to say, well, you know what, that's fine. I don't have to go to Harvard Law School. I'm now considering something. Like, do you think that possibly could cause a massive just resurgence of let's truly go all in for HBCUs like we did back in the day?
Again, I think it's complicated. That affirmative action piece mostly deals with the so-called upper level Ivy League, Stanford universities. But we're such a complicated people that we may not consider going to Bowie State, but there are some approved HBCUs that if you don't go to Harvard, you could go to Howard, Morehouse, or Spelman. So now we're dealing with class issues. So it's more complicated than one answer.
Gotcha. And if tonight, as we're getting ready to wrap up this segment, if tonight we see that voters have decided to, as polls would suggest, care more about the economy, the problems with inflation, as they did with abortion, crime, and other things, if the Republicans are successful of regaining the House and somehow taking over the Senate, what do you think, first from a Black church perspective, that we should be preparing for, and where do you think the country should be prepared?
I'll be totally honest with you. While I certainly advocate voting, nothing's going to change at the church I pastor based upon how this election turns out tonight or in the next coming days. The same issues that confront the members of Shiloh tonight will confront them a week from now, or a month from now. So I'm committed to doing everything I can as the pastor of my church to organize us in such a way that we can maximize the resources that are at our disposal for the benefit of the community that we seek to serve. I would like to think that I can get some assistance from government entities, but I've been doing this now for 30 some odd years. I ain't looking for no whole lot to come from government. I've had relationships with Democrats, with Republicans, on the city level, on the state level, on the national level. And it doesn't change the fact that Sister Susie can't meet her mortgage this month and needs help. And so my responsibility is to deal with that. If I could just say what both Dr. Domain and Pastor Flowers was mentioning, the problem that exists within the Black community, the stratification that exists within the Black community, also exists within Black churches. Not every Black church is Black.
Oh, you said something there. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got to extend the segment now. Wait, you got to break that down. You just can't throw that out there now and then not break it down. What do you mean? You mean to tell me
Follow the money.
follow the money?
Follow the money.
Wow.
So when you say that, do you mean those who will allow certain candidates to come and speak in their pulpit and get their endorsements, or do you actually mean the pastors who say, God told me to buy me a $35 million jet?
Churches that had 30 members 5 years ago and now have 5,000 members, follow the money. I mean churches that all of a sudden have the finest of resources at their disposal, when churches like the one I pastor, 150 years old, and churches like these gentlemen pastor, 100 plus years of age, have trouble going to the bank with 150 years of experience and background, getting a decent loan. But these guys can get money at ridiculous rates of interest. Follow the money. How do you get a $30 million loan to build a facility, and you just started 2 weeks ago?
They say that's the blessing of God increasing their ministry.
So I would
They
say,
said God has enlarged my territory because I've been faithful to his people. I was faithful over a few things, and he's now made me faithful over many. Yay, glory. What do you say it is?
Post 1968, white folk decided that Black churches would never again be able to organize Black people the way in which they did in the civil rights movement.
Okay.
And so they have been on a deliberate path of fracturing, segmenting, fragmenting
Yes,
the Black
indeed.
church.
Okay.
And they do it by propping up good-looking, articulate people who speak their message, and they put their money into their churches to allow them to do what they do in order to fracture the Black church.
Yes.
Shiloh is going to continue to help poor people. I can't say that about every church out there that calls itself. I can't say it about every Christian center, every worship center.
See, that's what I was going to say too. Listen to the man, listen to the pulpit,
Correct.
and listen to what is said,
Mhm.
and then listen to what is not said
Uh-huh.
at the different churches, and you will be able to tell who is
On the take.
I'm
For lack of a
trying to be
better phrase.
politically correct.
Not every black church.
Not every black church is black. Lord, I think you started a new hashtag trend here on the HydeOut. What? Okay, so what would be the true mark of a litmus test for a black church?
Do justice,
Love mercy.
love mercy, walk humbly with your God, feed the hungry, clothe the naked, make yourself last, make the need first. Things to that effect.
Yeah.
Stop talking prosperity foolishness. And next in line for a miracle.
They say it's next in line. They say it's there. You can pull it down.
Yeah.
Who used to say pull the lever? Where they coming? You just pull the lever.
And I receive it.
He said name and claim it. That's what they say now.
I think the other thing is, and everything that Pastor Smith said, but also we got to be about community. When you get this individuality stuff that goes on, God has a blessing with your name on it, and God, is going to do this for you, and He's going to. No, God's always been concerned about community, and we must be concerned about community, not one or two of us. But we've got Old Testament. God was concerned about all of Israel. New Testament, God's concerned about all of His church. God's concerned about community, not one or two of us making it to the top and the rest of us being left behind.
Yeah.
So the church that is only preaching this prosperity or this individuality, Americanized Christianity, it's not the black church.
Gotcha.
Our concern is community.
And just close our segment for this, I'm really sure to myself as a bad preacher. I say we're gonna close about 3 times, but but what was one issue or maybe a couple of issues that this election season was something that you were trying to that you personally were motivated to go to the polls for, or something that you were trying to communicate to your congregations to make sure that they that they don't take this election for granted and they should really go to the polls?
For me, it was more local and watching the numbers of us who were taking money from people that don't care about us.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just try to get across, your children have to go to school, so you have to vote the right way for the school board
Gotcha.
races. That kind of thing is what got me.
It was the absolute arrogance of white people who sat on the school board and sat on the Metro Council when debates were being had about redistricting, about the fairness of redistricting, and they just sat there in their arrogance, knowing how they were going to vote, not being persuaded by any intelligent argument that was being made. I sat at the school board meeting for 3 hours as we talked about fair districts, and they just let people talk, and then when they had closed public debate, there was a motion and a second, and it was done.
Right.
Ready to go home.
Right.
Metro Council, essentially the same thing. We sat there for hours. We make these appeals, and they had a 7-5 majority. They want to keep the 7-5 majority. There was a motion and a second. Move on to the next item. It was the absolute hubris and arrogance of that irritated me. I vote every time. I don't care what it is.
Right.
I'm going to vote, but I want our people to be incensed enough to recognize that they are trying to take away what your ancestors bled and died to provide for you. And I want us to deny them the opportunity to take it away.
That's
For me,
fine.
it's just to vote. It's the right that we have. It's our voice, so use it. I'm going to vote in every election, and I'm going to encourage people to vote in every election. It doesn't matter what it is. This one has its importance, but tomorrow, again, like Pastor Smith has said, nothing changes. We've as a people have struggled with rough times. We're not new to it. There's nothing. The sky isn't falling. we're going to keep moving.
That's right.
But exercise your right to vote.
Well, thank you all so much. I know I have enjoyed this conversation. We're definitely going to have you all back on the HydeOut because we got to do a deep dive about this conflict with the legacy of King here. What was really in the water in Chicago, right? But thank you all. Once again, don't touch that dial. We're getting ready to pay some bills. But of course, if you're looking for a place to go to on Sunday morning, at least these three gentlemen definitely pass the litmus test. Not being on the take and knowing that they're truly pastoring in Black church, but we definitely have enjoyed your insights. Thank you all so much. We're going to continue to watch these elections and these polls. And just stay tuned as we continue our election night coverage here on the HydeOut midterm 22.
Boss got me on that good crown. Good Brigadelli. Canadian whiskey. What up, Drake? Hold up. Whoa, what up with it, man? It's your boy Mouse on the track. Hey, go check out my For the Record interview on Next Def TV on YouTube and be looking out for a whole set of new videos and interviews coming soon. Hear me? Boss got me on that good crown. Good Brigadelli. Canadian whiskey. What up, Drake? Hold up. Whoa, what up with it, man? It's your boy Mouse on the track. Hey, go check out my For the Record interview on Next Def TV on YouTube and be looking out for a whole set of new videos and interviews coming soon. Hear me? Scene one, take one, intro in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yo, I'm Brian Darby, owner of His and Hers Grooming Bar, and welcome to How I Do What I Do on NextDefTV.com.
Most of the time when people talk about or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different, they talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. it's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be. Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders. Be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant Jr. Or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different. They talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. It's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be. Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders. Be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant.
And welcome back. As you can see, we still kept the lights on. We're glad that you're joining us here with Election Night 2022. As we're going to keep these things rolling, we are going to update you on some poll numbers and some races that have been called or right now are too close to call. So starting with the state of Georgia, with only 29% of the vote in, current Senator Raphael Warnock is leading his challenger Herschel Walker, 55.7% to 42.7%. In the state of Florida, the Senate race as well as the governor's race has been called. Governor Ron DeSantis has won re-election. Now we'll see what his 2024 plans are. They called it with 68% of the vote in, 57.4% for Governor Ron DeSantis against his opponent, Charlie Crist, who's also a former governor of Florida, but he just couldn't get over that hurdle of 42%. And then the Senate race, incumbent Senator Marco Rubio has won re-election as well with 68% of the vote in Florida. He's won it. Val Demings only had 43.7%. Of course, they still have more vote to count, but right now they feel comfortable calling that race. Also, there was another African-American candidate, Chris Booker, who was running against current Senator Rand Paul in the state of Kentucky. Right now, that race is still too close to call. No, sorry, they've actually called it. Breaking news. 58.2% they called against Booker's 41.8%. But in the state of North Carolina, Sherry Beasley, once again, the former Chief Justice, State Chief Justice of the state of North Carolina, is holding strong in her Senate race with only 45% of the vote in North Carolina, which I think they're going to really watch that one down to the wire. It is too close to call. but Sherry Beasley, the Democrat, is ahead with 54.1% to Ted Budd, a Trump-endorsed candidate, at 42.2%. And moving back to Georgia with 30% of the vote in that they moved up. Current Democrat candidate Stacey Abrams is leading with 52.8% of the vote against incumbent Governor Brian Kemp, 46.6%, but that's only 30% of the vote in. Probably a lot of that came with the early vote. As you know, they had over 2.2 million early voters participating in that governor's race. So we're going to continue to watch that. And of course, you tune in with the Hideout. We'll have those numbers rolling down there for you and updating as we go along. But thank you for joining us here on the segment. We definitely hit the mark there. Who knows, maybe some pastors gained some members, or maybe we have truly started Black Twitter. Just set it to a whole new level. But once again, since Elon Musk took it over, we might be banned. But it's all right because God is still able. But thank you all. As we see, the millennials are now taking back over the panel after we were given a sound sermon of sage advice from pulpit perspectives. Kelvin, of course, you can chime back in on that. I know you had some opinions about that. But welcome back, Reverend Minister, future Reverend Dr. Kevin Williams. And then we've got Sam Cofer, the young man extraordinaire, businessman, father, community organizer, leader of brotherhood. That's a long time ago in the sands of time when we definitely are burial. Yeah. And then we also have a special guest, which we are blessed to have, who's taking time out of his busy schedule to be with us tonight. That is Mr. Tremel Howard, who is a current school board member representing District 3 here in Baton Rouge and East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you for joining us so much tonight. Starting with education, as we know, Baton Rouge has definitely had its fair struggles with education. And first, I'd just like to get your perspectives on how do you think a lot of these school board races are going to go tonight, and what do you see going into this next term as a school board member? Are you optimistic for our schools, or do you definitely see some challenges ahead?
Well, first of all, thank you guys for having me today. I think the first thing, I am honored to no longer be on the school board. And I say that like in a way of like, I've learned a lot over the last 4 years, but I think that in my present life, it's time for me to make a decision that is selfish. And it's time for me to protect my own peace. And I think by stepping away from the school board and giving someone else an opportunity, that's what I'm doing. And I think I wish more elected officials would understand time, place, and season. Gotcha. For holding positions of power. We have been through a lot over the last 4 years. We've been through 6 superintendents. We have been through COVID. We have been through racial unrest. So 4 years has seemed like 44 years, to be honest with you. And so I'm still optimistic because I believe that the children truly are the future, as cliche as it sounds. And for the last 6 months, I've been spending time on the road, just listening to students about what they need from us as adults as it relates to education. And so I'm optimistic about the future, but I think adults have to get out of their own way and take education back to what it's all about in the first place, which is students. So when we have a student-centered education platform and ecosystem, then we'll see the changes that we want to see. As it relates to these elections tonight, I'm really hoping that we get some surprises in some of these races. And I'm really hoping that the people who are putting students first, or the people that the community see are putting students first, will be elected for tonight's election. So still optimistic because I believe that we have untapped potential in East Baton Rouge specifically to really change the education ecosystem.
Gotcha. Gentlemen, challenges that we got here at the current school board system here, and then you go to East Baton Rouge Parish.
Yeah, I have some my record of previous involvement as far as the schools. Before what I do now for work, I was an education organizer professionally here in Baton Rouge, East Baton Rouge Parish, and so I got a deeper look at some of the more the deeper, more systemic issues that we face here in Baton Rouge. And so, like for example, it perturbs me that there are people who sit on our school board who also sit on the boards of private and charter schools. And I just don't think that you can prioritize public education, or I don't think you can prioritize public education as much as you should when school systems who are in direct competition for students pay your bills. I don't think you can do that. And also just some of the votes that we've seen. For example, East Baton Rouge Parish school system is 82.5% African American. School board should reflect that. because that's just how math and elections work. That's just how the governing body should always reflect should mirror as best it can the electorate. And so while those are issues I think we'll just have to address the next time they come along, or continue to build up our capacity to influence them. I am though still hopeful because in the words of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the arc of moral justice is long, but it bends toward the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. And so I do think that we'll see what we need to see. But to echo Mr. Howard's sentiments, I do think though if we can get back to a student-centered view of what the school system should look like. My mother has been a teacher about as long as I've been alive. This is like the education system is something near. I spent time before I confirmed that I wanted to go into politics and policy full time. I taught 5th grade English at Phyllis Wheatley School in New Orleans because education is such a passion of mine. And I find it unfortunate that some people are not student-centered. But if we ever get back to a place, and I think we will, I think we're on the way, where we put the students at the heart of the mission, then I'm more than sure we'll have the officials and the policies, more importantly, that we need to ensure that our students get everything that they need to be what they are and to be what they are becoming.
Gotcha.
And Des, I know you're a father.
So you're getting ready to have kids come through, in a few years there.
Honestly, while I was sitting listening to all y'all talking, remember when you said you had stepped away from the school board? I'm gonna be honest, like that just makes me feel
it broke my heart. He took the wind out of my sail. I'm glad they went to another camera when he said that. That was breaking news.
For the simple point of for example,
can't have nothing.
For example, brothers like you, Darius Landis, I feel like our generation, we're old enough to where the students and the next generation can relate to us in a sense. I mean, we're old enough to where they will respect us, but we're still young enough to where they can relate to us in a sense. So it was always just, just encouraging to see a brother like yourself serve. Same thing with Darius Landis. I would just like to see overall in the school board, though, more of our generation start to run and step into these positions, because at the end of the day, we're going to be the generation that's going to have to deal with the future issues and challenges, anyway. So
yeah, and if I could respond to
yes,
that,
sir.
and I appreciate the sentiments. I think one of the things that is missing from this space, though, is that we as a community don't cultivate an environment to support young people being involved in this work.
Yeah.
And so I think that people there's been a lot of attack on Darius and myself from people who look like us.
Uh-huh.
And so I think it has to be a shift in mindset and how we think about what it means to not only run for office, but to be an effective person in governance.
Uh-huh.
And I think that what that looks like, though, is that we won't always agree,
uh-huh.
but people have taken an opportunity to disagree with me on one issue, and that's all they talk about.
Uh-huh.
But I live my own life by the 80-20 rule, is that 80% of the time we actually agree on a lot of the things,
right.
But we focus our energy on the 20% of things that we don't agree on. And so what is a world, what is a system where we can coalesce around the 80% of issues that we agree on to really drive change for the kids? And so I think it's incumbent of all of us. So while I'm stepping away from the seat, I won't step away from the work, because I do believe in having an environment that's proper to support people like us running for office, so that students can see themselves inside of these boards. Because it matters. I think the most impactful time, or the most impactful meeting I had as a school board member, was one day we were honoring Scotlandville Middle School. And so I don't subscribe to your political norms. I have hair, I wear braids, I wear earrings, and tattoos, all the things that people would say are not professional.
Right.
But we honored this basketball team, and there was a couple of kids who had their hair who was just like mine.
Right.
I got so many messages from their parents after that meeting talking about what it meant for them to see someone who embodied their own existence on side of a school board making decisions in their favor. So we have to support that, but we also have to take a deeper look at the way we project, and the energies that we project onto people who sit and serve in these particular positions.
Yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree with that. Now, of course, you talk about the 80-20 rule, that about 80% of the issues that we'll agree on. But I think everybody here at this table can agree on 100% that as we were discussing in the last segment, for those who are just now joining us, and of course have educators here at the table, somebody representing the school board, I think we can 100% agree that it is egregious that we now have it in black and white, that a deep dive study has revealed that our HBC, well, basically to confirm what many of us have already known anyway, that every single HBCU on average has been underfunded to the tune of over $1 billion. FAMU, of course, is now taking action to try to sue the state of Florida with that. And as we know, as we said earlier, the state of Maryland has already settled for almost the tune of $500,000 with those HBCUs there. First of all, let me just ask your general perspectives on how you all feel about that, honestly. And do you actually think that FAMU will be able to be successful as well as men? And do you think Southern and Grambling maybe should try to do something with Grove State of Louisiana and just go ahead and keep that ball rolling? So I know it's about 3 questions there, but everybody can take it.
Well, an undergrad at Southern University, the Southern University, and Agricultural and Mechanical College of Baton Rouge. I was fortunate enough to serve as the president of the National Association of African American Honors Programs. And so in that role, though, I had the opportunity to interact with people from about 60, 70 of the 108 now that Morris-Brown has its accreditation back, 108 of the public HBCUs in this country. And I'm glad you mentioned the Maryland HBCUs were just beginning that lawsuit at the time. That would have been 2017 when I was first elected to that office. And I do think there is amazing precedent set in the fact that the Maryland HBCUs, Maryland Eastern Shore, Morgan State, were able to settle that because that creates legal precedent. And especially in states like Louisiana, like Mississippi, like Texas, where you can literally find in statute where for every dollar LSU was given, Southern University got maybe 11, maybe 12 cents. And that was enacted in legislative statute. You do, in fact, open the door for those conversations. Now, I don't think, just by the nature of these settlements, I don't think these universities will get near as much as they're owed. Of course, you have to adjust for inflation. A lot of these statutes were enacted in the early 1900s. So, of course, inflation certainly plays a role. The consumer price index plays a role in the valuation of that dollar. But I do think that there is certainly a good foundation to stand on. And so in a lot of states where you have these HBCUs, multiple HBCUs, or even HBCUs that exist in network, I think there is amazing precedent for Southern University and its 5 campuses.
Gotcha.
Grambling State University, Texas Southern, Prairie View, Bethune-Cookman, FAM in Florida. There's amazing precedent for that to play.
Well, somebody, we're preparing for this conversation. Somebody always reminds me that Southern University, I think, is the only HBCU.
Black college university system.
It is, in fact, the only HBCU system in the country.
Yes, it is.
That's what somebody told me.
5 campuses, 1 mission.
Okay, clearly I'm outnumbered here. I mean, I support y'all in the classic every year. Give me a break. And I support y'all coaching his Easter suits. I do that. I mean, somebody's going to find Jesus by looking at dude on that sideline. I'm telling you, this Lord will speak to him. Dan, how you feel about it?
Honestly, I always just think about it from being a business owner, from a business standpoint. Like a lot of my friends are investors in like the Scottsdale area, Southern Bend, Scottsdale.
Right.
You got to look at like what $1 billion in investment in Southern would do for the area around, And so that's just the first thing that comes to mind with me is just what is the trickle down effect of the lack of those funds not being invested? Like how did the community around like Scottsdale, like what it could have been, and things of that nature. So that's just my thoughts on it, like what the community lacking because of that investment.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm also a graduate of the Southern University Law Center, 2015. I love Southern. I call myself the unofficial president of the university because that's just how much I love Southern University. And I just think that to everyone.
Did you go to school in Florida too?
I did not go to school in Florida. I lived in Florida.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains why you supported the Gators.
Yes,
we took care of that. We took care of that issue.
You have one good football season every 4 to 5 years, so y'all just take what y'all can get. But I think to everyone's point on the panel, it's just unfortunate, but it just talks about how historically systems have been to our detriment. But I think the bigger thing is that what these institutions have been able to do without those investments. We still produce the highest number of African American lawyers. We still produce the highest numbers of African American doctors, teachers, engineers, like all the things that you can think about, we still are doing without this investment. And so I think it's time for us to get what's due to us. But we've been talking about this for years, reparations and all of the things. But I do believe that Southern should follow suit of every single other state that has filed suit against the state to get this money back to them. I think our legislative Black caucus should be the ones leading the charge while they wait on the institutions. Like they're already in these seats of power to do what they can do. Like don't wait on Southern. You know that it's
most of those people are attorneys too.
Attorneys and graduated from Southern. So because I heard a comment one time about what the institution wasn't doing to get what's due to them. Boy, you have the seat in the legislature, so why don't you lead the charge and help the institution get woe to them? So yes, I encourage Southern, Graham, and all these institutions to get what's due to them because they've been able to do so much with so little, and still produce quality programming, still have quality institutions, still obtain or keep the only HBCU system in the country. Like that's something to be said right here in Baton Rouge, in New Orleans and Shreveport and all the other extensions of Southern. So yeah, it's money that's due to us. We need it, and I hope that the folks who can start a charge can help us get what we need.
But and I said something on the last panel that was with us is that right now the mindset of when little Johnny is getting ready to graduate from high school, and hopefully he's already started looking at college when he first gets to high school. But it's like when he has his top 5 list of schools that he may be trying to look at and apply for, I think on average an HBCU isn't not going to be on that list, as opposed to, like I said, maybe when our parents and things were coming up. Saturday, you talking about going to the football game. You weren't talking about going to an SEC game. You talking about going to Jackson State, you going to Alcorn, you going to Southern, going to Grambling, you going to all that. But at some point in time, there was a shift to whereas, like I said, I think mentally, for some reason, we as African Americans just don't want to consider HBCUs like we used to. Well, especially if they're given the choice, like perfect example, they're given the choice to go to FAMU, go to Bethune, go to Graham, or go to Florida State, or go to, the University of Florida. They tend to go elsewhere. So, I mean, why do you think that is? I mean, let's call this is just like it is. I mean, let's be real. Let's be real. I mean, okay, saying it's true. Now, I mean, I get it. Coach Prime is at Jackson State, and that's probably definitely going to steal a lot away from Ole Miss and Mississippi State and University of Mississippi, all that. But we don't have 100 and how many HG? 107? We don't have 107 Coach Primes put there and get us all the ESPN deals and contracts. I mean,
yeah, honestly,
whoever want to take it.
I would just say from living down the street from Southern and going to Scotlandville High, just the and not even though I was right down the street from Southern University, like proximity wise, I didn't know much about Southern because I didn't come from like a family where a lot of my family members that was above me went to college, but I still was aware of the so-called stigma that Southern had as far as being a productive university, which the crazy thing about it is when I went to Southeastern for like the first 2 years of my when I did go to college and then I came back and went to Southern for a year, and I found a lot of those stigmas were not true. Yeah, there are some things that can be worked out, but it wasn't as grand as what, I don't want to say like that. It wasn't as grand as what people would make it seem. So I would say like a part of those funds that Southern needs to be paid, like putting into the marketing of showing the good things that Southern is doing right. Like Jamel said with the law center and things of that nature, like take the good things that you have and broadcast them. And so to answer your question as to why, we may be falling away, I think a lot of that just may be incorrect perception, like stigma things of that nature.
Yeah, and just to piggyback off of what Dad said, I think that's exactly what I was going to go with. It's like, I think the one thing is like the way the narrative of who controls or own the narrative.
Yeah.
And this is, as I told people in my community who are alums of Southern, who are part of like these alumni groups, who are part of like all of these clubs and things and organizations that we work with, it's like we have to do a better job of telling our story. Like what we've allowed to happen is for the community, the news media outlets to control the narrative of what it means to be at Southern. There was a while ago, there was a hashtag like the Southern I Know It, Don't Ask Me About Southern. And it was like all of the things that were like good quality stories about the institution. But like for so long, we've allowed other entities to control the narrative of what it means to be at Southern. And so like we have to take the onus of projecting the positive things of Southern. Like just because you had one bad experience at Southern, that does not ultimately define what the institution means to people who have graduated and went on to be successful because of this. I am where I am today because of Southern University, period. There is no other entity that I give that much credit to outside of my family, God, and all those things like I give to Southern University. So that's what I project. If you see me, I am a walking ambassador for the institution. So we have to take onus of that and control that narrative. And I think it's just, as a community, we have to change our mindset about what is good or what we define as good. Because even for us, like the first thing that we do when we get a little status or get a little money is we go to where white folks are. Like, why is our community not enough to build around and you know, make people see that good things come out the hood? Like, you know, and stuff like that. So I think it's really about who controls the narrative of these institutions. And I think what Coach Prime is doing at Jackson State is, as you know, people have their thoughts about it, but he is, as selfish as it may be in some avenues, like he is changing the narrative of what the HBCU experience is. And while he is at Jackson State, it trickled down to all of the institutions. So while there may not be one singular thing that you could say, oh, he did this for Southern, or he did this for Grambling or whatever, like the avenue and the experience of what it means to be at HBCU changes because of a presence like him. So imagine if we all became Coach Primes and telling our story and controlling that narrative.
Yeah, and I was going to say, interestingly enough, when I was leaving McKinley High School, I had no intentions of going to State University just because it was in Baton Rouge. Now, of course, I did want to go. Florida A&M University was my dream school for Navy ROTC as a Marine officer. That was what I wanted to do then. Ended up at Southern because my paperwork, the Navy misprocessed my paperwork. My paperwork was late. Enrolled at Southern, so I would just be on time. So I could be on, you know, get my prerequisites out of the way. This one semester I planned on having to stay in Baton Rouge. And so that one semester turned into a year. And when the opportunity came, I said, well, you know, I think I'll stay now. Mostly because everything that I had heard about Southern, both good and bad, the good things were not made to be as good as they actually turned out to be. And the bad things were not as big of a problem as people made them out to be. And so I can echo wholeheartedly the sentiments of Tramel. I am where I am who I am today. Of course, you know, after God, but I do believe it was God who sent me to Southern University. And also, though, I wanted to point out that in addition to, and I won't say in addition to, as big, I'll say controlling the narrative is about 80% of the struggle. I do think maybe 10 of that last 20%. I do think 10 of that last 20% is we have to stop comparing apples and oranges. HBCUs and PWIs do not exist to do the same things.
In what aspect?
I'm glad you asked.
Because the foundation.
You know I'm Baptist. I'm glad you asked me.
Is education. Well, you talk to a Baptist preacher too. Now I can put him up and take him down, raise him up again too. Now hold on now. But you know, get ready to pass the plate here in a second. But let me tell you something. But seriously, but it's. I mean, I'm gonna let you explain that. But I think what you said is really profound, especially for our viewers that are watching this, because if the bedrock, if the foundation is supposed to be about academics and education, then how can you say that there could be different motives at HBCU as a PWI? American history should be American history.
That's good. I'm glad.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic should be the same. 1 + 1 = 2 if I go to FAMU or if I go to Harvard.
That's good, and I'm glad you asked.
Our first black president went to Harvard and Columbia.
That's good, and I'm glad
his
you asked.
wife, well, South Street.
Here's the thing.
Cher went to Yale. No, Princeton.
She did. PWIs have had the benefit of every institution that has been created in this system that we call America. PWIs have had the ability to benefit from that through and through. You think about it. Your Harvards, your Yales, your Princetons were established in some cases, the 16th and 17th centuries, the 15 and 1600s, the 1700s. And so they've been allowed access to resources since the beginning, since the inception of this nation. Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. would not exist today if slaves have not been sold to settle a debt that university owed. HBCUs were founded to give opportunity where none existed. Because before the Morrill Act, which created a lot of your large land grant HBCUs that we see today, realized 40 years before that, not a whole lifetime before that, African Americans were not even human. As a matter of fact, the Supreme Court had ruled that there were no rights that a Negro held that a white man was bound to respect. Not a lifetime before you saw the establishment of State University in 1880 on Straight Street in New Orleans. And what HBCUs existed was to create opportunity where there was none, not to expand upon existing opportunity. And HBCUs, we have never been exclusionary. Anyone from anywhere, regardless your race, your creed, your socioeconomic status, if you want to come to an HBCU to create a better life for yourself, that door has always been
So
open.
would you say that even in 2022, that the motivations or the influences of HBCU and PWIs are still polar opposites?
I didn't say they were opposites. I said they were different. They're not opposites.
So, I mean, but different, I mean, other than, of course, predominant race, we get that. But I'm saying, are you also saying there's going to be a difference in instruction? Are there different motives?
So there was a nonprofit entity that created a report called Segregation Forever.
Okay.
And what Segregation Forever did is looked at the experiences of Black students at flagship institutions across the state of Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
And to his point, it was 100%. I won't say 100%. You can go Google the report for yourself. But there was vast differences of the experience of Black students at these flagship white PWI institutions versus other institutions. And so, I mean, you can look at University of Kentucky yesterday and the experience of this young Black. So in addition to like being for different entities or like what HBCUs were founded for, the experience of a Black student at these PWIs is different. It's a different experience in general.
And I tell you that firsthand. My MPA studies I did at Louisiana State University after I did my undergraduate studies.
Louisiana State University.
No, sir. Not at all.
2020 national championship. 1920 national
I'll tell
championship.
you. So,
In Louisiana State
so
University.
as part of my advanced methods in human resource courses, I did a diversity audit of Louisiana State University from a human resource management perspective. That was a very popular assignment, but it was very eye-opening. Because what I found is and a lot of this data comes from LSU's 2018 Campus Climate Survey, which is public record, you could find. But 70+% of Black students on that campus said that at some point they had been made to feel unsafe or unwelcome because of the color of their skin.
But what's the argument when you say, but you know, how can you say that when LSU has just a couple of years ago, we had another Black SGA president, the Black Student Union has expanded. We now even have a Black president of the school now, not just SGA.
Sure.
It's like, so how in the world can an African American come to Louisiana State University and maybe not feel as comfortable as they are?
Well, the same reason George Floyd could happen, and you had a Black president not long before that. Leadership in one place does not change the history of an institution, because you have to realize institutions have inertia. And so LSU in the Civil War, 75+% of students enrolled, because at the time it was the old war school, 75+% of students enrolled, all of those were men, because the country didn't prioritize education.
Gotcha.
Over 75, near 80% of those students left to fight for the Confederacy to keep African Americans in chains, to continue to create the economic growth and provide the free labor that built this country. And so with that being the history of LSU, then you have Raphael Sims Boulevard, a Confederate sympathizer. You have the Middleton Library, a Confederate sympathizer. You have Paul and Hebert, who said that no Negro would ever enroll at LSU's Law Center, and that gave birth to the Southern University Law Center for that reason. So when you have
hold on. And for all our non-Louisiana residents, he did not mispronounce the man's last name. We pronounce it as Hebert here, not her.
But when you have an institution whose legacy is built on the oppression and segregation and separation of people, not because they're unable to entertain the same academic concepts, not because they have differences in their ability to reason cognitively or write or do any of these things, but simply because they look different. If that's the history of an institution, a Black SGA president and a Black university president, mind you, who only came to power after unrest.
But can't someone make the argument to say, but you've even seen, whether you're talking about W.E.B. Du Bois, who first Black PhD at Harvard, and you got all these litany of great African Americans who went to PWIs, received a great education, and still did things to change the world. Even the great Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King went to Boston University. So what's your argument for people who will try to make the argument to say that, okay, yeah, somebody's experience may be different because of their skin color, but that can happen anywhere in America.
That's exactly my point.
But why can't that happen? No, but what I'm saying is like, okay, just because I did not choose to go to Southern University, maybe I had the opportunity to go to the Ivy League. Sure, I may feel out of place because I went to the Ivy League, but what's still stopping you from being able to receive quality education?
I don't think nothing's stopping you from receiving a quality education, because I also have a degree from a PWI institution.
Or does experience really just outweigh how you can actually focus on?
So I think it's twofold. I think the biggest issue that I have when we have this PWI versus HBCU argument is that how dare we as a people or anybody say that HBCUs are not good enough? And so I think the ultimate argument is that like these schools are just as capable of producing quality graduates to go out and change the world and be great. I think when people talk about PWIs, it's like there's always this pedestal that they sit on that students from HBCUs can't compete with. And so that's what I'm talking about when I talk about the narrative of the experience. I absolutely believe that you as a Black student will have a more welcoming environment, cultural acceptance at an HBCU. I'm not going to look down on a student who chooses a PWI, but that's the same respect HBCUs deserve. And how we talk about them is the same. Like you should not be telling your students or encouraging them not to consider HBCUs. Because how dare you talk about or diminish the importance of a quality, culturally diverse pedagogy and experience at HBCU. Like I teach a history course right now, and it's basically like history on the margin. So we talk about the untold truths of history in the country. And so how dare you like take students away from that opportunity by diminishing the experience of an HBCU? So I think no one is saying that you won't get a quality education as a Black student at PWI, but what we're also saying is that don't diminish what you can be by graduating from HBCU. And
you're talking about change the narrative, but why did the narrative become bastardized in the Black community against Black institutions anyway?
Well, because heretofore for so long, let's
be real.
That's it. The thing was, for so long, the white man's ice was colder, and so
you learn it
that was a thinking that was indoctrinated in us. That was the thing. You had to get out of your small Black town, your small rural community, and go to where opportunity was, because for so long it wasn't where we were.
And what did that look like? What did that opportunity look like?
Exactly.
So that started the narrative.
For example, in many African American communities, prior to integration, the most successful people in those communities, the most educated among those people, were preachers and lawyers, many of whom went to the local HBCU. But if you didn't want to be a preacher, and if you didn't want to be a lawyer, you had to go find that somewhere else, and that wasn't us. For in many cases for so long. And so while I don't subscribe to the HBCU versus PWI, I believe it is yes and. Yes, PWIs do this, and HBCUs can. Or yes, HBCUs give you the only places in this country where for the last 150 years, Blackness has been celebrated, venerated, lifted up, and was the norm, not the exception. That didn't happen anywhere but these 107 campuses. So like, yes, you get that culturally competent teaching, and you get to be you're not the other. You get that for 4, 5, or 6 years, depending on your program of study. It's yes, you get that at HBCUs, and you can also be just as successful, just as impactful of a student, a professional, and a person at a PWI. It's never versus with me. It's always yes and.
Yeah, gotcha.
Honestly, Tramel, you and Kelvin, y'all put together so much that I was like, it's not really anything to add there. The only thing I would say is, for example, I have two daughters, and I would say to any friends or family that have kids, as an African American in America, having your sense of identity in America is very important to you, because you can't move through America, just like, you know, a European American, Asian American. You have to move based off, you know, how America operates and how you get treated as African American. So I would say that if, for whatever reason, a kid has a great understanding of their identity going up to college, if they want to go to PWI, like you guys were saying, to get some type of specific degree, that's one thing. But I would say that if they haven't established a sense of identity prior, like going to a HBCU would be invaluable, because just that cultural reinforcement and giving you a sense of identity, and you'll get more than just a degree at a HBCU as an African American. So I was just adding that I noticed the difference between going to Southeastern Louisiana University and going to Southern University, just the reinforcement of my identity and who I am as an African American, and those that came before me, and what's the standard and what's the expectation of me as when I was at Southeastern, great school, but it wasn't that extra to give me like, no, you know, go and do this.
Let me ask you all this though, really quickly. And so when we're talking about like these HBCUs, and especially when we want to see more Black leadership, local, statewide, nationally, why do you think that there's not, probably since Barack Obama first ran in 2008, that there isn't a consistent excitement about HBCUs or just any college universities leading the charge when it comes to voting, especially for minorities, to make sure that we are registering the vote, that we are mobilizing, that we are promoting not just voter registration, but also voter education, so that we can actually start being that foundational catalyst to start that change.
I think it's twofold. I think part of it is HBCU spends a lot of time having to justify our existence. That takes away from some of the time we have to focus on other things. The second part of it is missed opportunity. I've been saying for quite some time that, especially in the South, just because of demographics and political geography, but there is an untapped network of people. You have communication specialists at HBCUs. You have political sciences at HBCUs. You have people who specialize in geography and marketing, digital marketing, research, and analytics. You have all of these young Black and other ethnicities, all of these young professionals who need this experience, who would jump at the chance. The issue is there isn't a single group with the reach of and with the scope of ability to tap into this who has prioritized it.
Right.
And for me, that's one of the biggest missed opportunities politically of the last 10, 15 years.
I mean, and I definitely agree.
Right. So I think that's important, but I think like as a former, now soon to be former elected, I think the biggest thing that Barack Obama did, former President Obama did, was you have to have someone though that riles us up, gets us engaged in the process, gets us like to who we feel like cares about our issue. Like I think that's one of the things that, I don't know if we talked about where you fall on the political spectrum, but as a Democrat, like there's opportunities that like we don't do enough to get out of our silos and think about the evolution of our party and think about the evolution of candidates so that people can be inspired.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Barack Obama's message around hope is why you had so many people in record numbers going out to vote. So as a party, a people about the narrative, like who is the face of our party? Who is the face of democracy? Who is the face of getting people engaged and elected to vote? You have the people behind them, but the people need someone that inspires hope, that inspires change, that inspires courage. And so, like, how do we as a party take that and evolve Barack Obama's energy to get people to that place? Because I think one of the issues that, to your point, that we find at HBCUs is that a lot of people work in silos. Like we have a lot of power with the Divine Nine, like all of these entities on side of campuses that really could make change, but like who is going to be the person to coalesce all of those folks together to really get us to where we need to be? So,
and I would agree. So let me ask you this: when you say that, and I'm just saying, just looking forward to 2024, right? Even though President Joe Biden said that he plans to run for re-election. You know, we all know that time is filled with transition, as we said in the Baptist Church. And let's just say, you know, his 80 some odd years just takes control of him. He just don't have enough fight to get in there for re-election. Do you think that Vice President Kamala Harris would be able to generate that same effect that former President Barack Obama had? at least at HBCU, since she is a HBCU graduate from Howard, the Howard University?
I'll say this.
Yes or no?
I'll say this.
I'll
give you a yes or no first. I'll give you a yes or no first.
This.
I'll
We're
give
gonna
you-
put
no,
together
no,
a
no,
blue
I'll give
ribbon
you a-
committee, and
No, no,
we're
I'll
gonna
give you a
put
yes or
together
no
some
first.
meetings, town halls.
I'll
and
give
we're
you a
gonna
yes or no
report
first.
together.
Yes or no
Don't
first?
give me the
No.
generic political answer.
No, I don't.
Why not?
And to my point, first of all, Barack Obama at his advent was one of a kind. We'd never seen that. We'd never seen that before.
What do you mean?
Not
We
even-
had Jesse in '88.
Well, Jesse wasn't as
Ruff,
charismatic. Jesse wasn't as good of a speaker. Also, Jesse didn't come at such a pivotal time because you have to remember the
What you
despair
mean,
facing
Jesse,
this country
man,
in
Jesse was
2008.
trying to do it. Y'all been trying to do it in 2004, but y'all couldn't get over the fact he had a Jerry curl. Like y'all just wouldn't let him.
Jesse,
Y'all would let him rock his S curl. Y'all
Well,
said we
Jesse
can't have
didn't
that
win.
on
But I'll say
the
this,
East
though.
Lawn.
But I'll say this,
But
though.
he could have been there.
And I'll tell you why. Because and as a black person who's active politically, I'm a political scientist.
Not Jesse, Al Sharpton. I'm sorry. You know we got fact checkers and hecklers.
But so
The real Mal. The real.
But I'll say this though. What Kamala Harris's what I think will preclude her from that is, for one, HBCUs exist on a spectrum. Not all HBCUs are the same.
Oh, here we go.
Well, no, I'll explain this to you.
Now, we just had this change the narrative. We are one.
I'm offering nuance.
Look.
Context.
Board member Howard put America on notice, saying, "How dare you say in HBCU can't measure up and we can't do all that." Put America on trial. And here you go. Well, we're not all the same.
But we're not. We're not. HBCUs
Just like
exist.
black people are not all the same.
Exactly. HBCUs exist on the spectrum. So I will say this: Kamala Harris, for the majority of her life, her professional career, first of all, she's not the product of the descendants of slaves in this country. She's not that.
How was she
Also-
not? Her father was probably came from the same thing as Barack Obama's. What do you mean she's from the same? Is her father Jamaican?
Yeah,
Like I said, the product of African American descendants of
Barack Obama's
slaves.
father was Kenyan. Oh, here we go with the birther movement again. So when we gotta check her birth certificate now.
Oh, no,
She ain't got the right version of black.
That's not what I'm saying.
No. What you just said was. No. What you just said was.
But Braylon,
She's not from the same strand of black that Barack Obama
She
was.
doesn't share that's not
What part of Africa did my people have to be shipped out from? The Nigerian side or the Ethiopian side? What would justify you? I mean, because look, clearly, down the line, my melanin got compromised some way. I'm sure. Where my people came from.
Let me
exegete.
Let me exegete this thing.
Okay, well,
First
you
of all,
need to walk the tape. You got to break it down.
What you have to understand is, first of all, black people are not and have never been a monolith. I will never take anything away from Vice President Harris as a black woman, because she's in fact a black woman, and I respect her. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I was never saying that. But there is
you messing with my sponsorship.
But no, there is a market difference in experience, though. There's Barack Obama was African American in the sense that his mother was from Kansas and his father is from Kenya, and he's just as African American as I am. And so, while I acknowledge that there is a different set of experiences to be had within the diaspora, none of us in the diaspora have exactly the same experiences. And so, while
he went to Harvard, she went to Howard, then went back to lived in Compton. Her favorite rapper is Too Short. What are we? You can't get blacker than that.
Let me finish.
Like, what's my favorite word?
Watch me.
Somebody said it at home. I heard you. Don't you look at me with that tone.
Kamala Harris spent the majority of her professional career in elite spaces that the average African American does not have access to, and so that creates. But you could make the argument for both of them, though. I mean, he didn't have, and that's true. And I'm not saying one or the other. These are just qualifying statements that also happen to be facts.
Well, what do you think would make her come up short?
I don't want to focus on what will make her come up short. I want to focus on what she could do, though. If provided her hypothetical, if she does run, she would have then to tap into the commonality of those experiences. She's a member of the Divine Nine. She should tap into that.
See, she wanted to remember the Divine Nine.
She went to a
Favorite
member.
rapper's Too Short.
But
the
the
thing
thing
she's
is, though,
strolling. Like, what else you want
But
from
she
her?
would have
What else you want from this?
what I would want her to do, I'm glad you asked. I would want her to do is to tap into the commonality of the experience of the average African American who in this country, and this is just numbers. The average African American in this country is in fact the product of that experience being the descendant of slaves in this country. Kamala Harris not. So what would propel her campaign, should she have to run one, a presidential campaign, is for her to tap into the commonality of those experiences. What you failed to mention about Barack Obama is that his wife is a product of that experience, and that endeared her and by proxy him to us.
Okay, nobody's arguing that
But no,
Michelle
I don't
Obama
know.
was
I'm just
definitely
saying-
an asset and gave him some credibility.
But
She
I'm-
was born and raised outside
And
Chicago.
that's exactly-
I'm not knocking that, but at the same
You
time,
didn't mention it.
but I mean, what's understood don't need explanation. Well, already said shit.
Sometimes
But even his wife, Shell, went to Princeton.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is this, right? I don't think that you can disregard Kamala Harris's experience or rise or experience different from Barack Obama, because Barack Obama was blessed to have an excellent team who defined his narrative and pushed his narrative. And I really think that was one of Kamala Harris's downfalls. She really didn't surround herself with a team that made her say, look, it is important to define your narrative. And she allowed, who's a crazy woman out of Hawaii, then step down to one side, swipe it on the debate stage. Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
Now that's the one you need to question about who, when both
Well,
she
no,
dropped off.
I wasn't setting up a dichotomy between Kamala Harris and Barack
what
Obama.
I'm saying is,
I
though,
was just pointing out some things that are factually true.
Got it. And I'm not, and I'm just gonna put it out there. It's not that I'm giving an early endorsement of Kamala Harris if Vice President Biden doesn't win. I mean, if President Biden doesn't run. But of course, her being the vice president, it would be assumed that she would want to be one of the leading candidates.
It would make sense for her to be the successor.
Right, it's a successor. But what I'm saying is, if we're going to try to say that, well, this disqualifies Kamala Harris, I think if you put them up side by side, Vice President Harris and former President Barack Obama, you can look at the same pros and cons.
Well, I never said anything
everywhere.
disqualified.
I mean, now President Obama was just smoother with his approach, which I think Vice President Harris has a connection problem.
Well, I mean,
because I don't see her anytime soon coming to, Hickory Nut, hold my mute while I shout Baptist Church singing Precious Lord, as where Barack will bring us into the second verse of Amazing Grace, but right anytime soon. But if, like you said, if she surrounds herself with the right team to say, no,
that's what I'm saying. She has to
that
tap
convention
into those experiences. I'm not saying it disqualifies her.
I actually think that you guys are saying the same thing. I think he's talking about her.
That's
tapping,
right. Bring us together.
I think
Bring
he's
us
talking
together.
about her tapping into those experiences. I don't think it's in like contrast to who Barack Obama was. I think that there's a thing about becoming elected that is like a likability, and so that's what I think he's telling
Especially
or asking. If we had to, the question was like, what makes her or not make her like give us that energy that President Obama gave us.
Right.
And so I think it's a likability thing. I love Kamala, Vice President Harris, me myself. I think that she sometimes gets a hard pass on because of her past experiences. But to her credit, she's done exactly what America told us to do to live out that dream. She went to school, she went to law school, she went to the HBCU, but then she went to law school, then she became a prosecutor, and all these things that sometimes, give her like a red flag. But I think it's a likability and connection thing. And I think sometimes being a good leader is not enough to connect to people like Barack did in order to engage the voting populace. So it's gonna take, and to your question, for her to, because what kills me the most about Vice President Harris, not her individually, but we were like hard pressed no on her being number one. But as soon as she was announced as number two, we had the energy of a no other. It's like, so what was different about her? Nothing changed about her likability, her ability to connect when she was running for president versus when Joe Biden announced her as his vice president. And so,
I say it was the team.
I'll say it was her proximity to whiteness.
Yeah, and so, in addition to the proximity to whiteness, the black people engaged in a way that was different from when she was the number one. And so I do think, though, that if she wants to be that, she has to find a way to rely on those experiences. I mean, because her sorority sisters love her. The people who went to Howard love her. Her line sisters have nothing. So you have to really tap into that to get to the Black community and get that vote to make her, you know, the next president. But I mean, I would support her. That's just me putting it out there.
I would think it's gonna be harder for Kamala than Barack, because when Barack ran as a Black man, like the thrill of having a Black person as president was just so high. But what Black people realized when Barack became president, he wasn't just president to Black people, he was president to America. But Blacks are thinking if we elect a Black president, you're going to focus at least a good margin of your time on our issues. And so
what would have been wrong with that?
If Kamala is to run, I'm saying that I was like, okay, Black was, you know, like when we voted for Barack Obama, it's like, okay, it was a Black man, but he was the president for all. So Kamala, even though you're a Black woman, it's like, but what are you going to specifically do for us? And I think that's going to be a test.
Okay, but two things we got to remember. Three things we got to remember. When Barack Obama first ran and declared he was running, nobody from the Congressional Black Caucus endorsed him. As a matter of fact, the majority of them, including John Lewis, endorsed Hillary Clinton. Okay, let's remember that. It wasn't until he went to Iowa and whooped her like a dog with those predominantly 99.9% white Iowa caucus voters, to whereas we as Black people have to stop this. We have to stop seeking white validation for our Black product before we want to get behind it. Black people, but in his 2008 run, Black people didn't start coming around to Barack Obama until white folks in Iowa said he can do it. And then for the rest of the whites that was on the fence, when Oprah said he's the one, okay, that got the rest of them on board. So let's be real. He didn't bring Shell onto the picture because what happened was he went to let me tell the story. Let me take it to Calvary with 2008 primaries, as they say. When he went to New Hampshire, Hillary cried, said, I don't want to just go backwards. White folks said, okay, well, we got to remember the Clintons in the 90s and all that jazz. So she whipped him in New Hampshire. Now it's battleground South Carolina. Majority Black vote. Now we're getting more diverse electorate. Mm-hmm. That's when he started bringing Michelle Robinson from Southside Chicago out and advertising with him, because he said, because his team told him, you better start utilizing your wife as an asset, especially if you want to get Black women on here to vote for you. And then that's where he went and took off. And after that, John Lewis. We just said the same thing again. But no, the reason why I brought those points is because you said what knocks out Kamala is her proximity to whiteness. But what do you mean by that?
No, I didn't say knocked it out. I said that's what propelled her.
For the
mind you, when she ran on her own, she was faltering. When Joe Biden picked her as number 2, she took off. You just said the same thing about Barack Obama. When Barack Obama was campaigning, before white people in Iowa got behind him, he was faltering. It was after he won Iowa when people started paying attention. It's the same thing.
I would argue with that because Kamala dropped out before they even casted a vote. So we really don't know what her support would have looked like. I then argued that she had a different energy when she first declared. Matter of fact, she had the best campaign rollout. She had the highest numbers for fundraising. So society at that point in time, at least the Democratic voters, had coming around to the fact that let's support a major Black candidate. So I would argue that I think she got shotgunned early and then she tapered off, as opposed to Barack Obama shotgunned in 2004. Limped his way in 2008, and then in the latter part of the primary started to take off.
I wouldn't say he got shot in 2004. That DNC speech he gave for 2004 put him where he needed to be.
That's why I say it's shotgun.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you that. Yeah. But even at DNC ain't run by majority African American people. It was still the approval of white people that put him in places where he put him in position on launch pad to go where he needed to go.
Don't even get me started on the DNC. But while we get ready to wrap up this segment, one thing I do want to say, we do have a major campaign update, as we know that this will be the election of history. We do have be able to announce that Wes Moore, who has just been projected as the winner to be the next governor of Maryland. He is now been declared the first Black governor of Maryland, Wes Moore. And I think that's something to be proud of. That is great. And we wish him all the best of luck. But as we get ready to close out this segment and get ready to start paying some more bills, what would be your closing thoughts on when you look at how this election could impact the future arrangements or the future progress of HBCUs?
I just think that it's always important. First of all, elections always have consequences. So whether people like to say I didn't vote because I don't do politics will always do you. And so you need to always be encouraged about like who is in charge. But I think that, our HBCUs are always under attack. And so we need to elect people who support them, who are not interested in them just surviving, but also interested in them thriving as institutions. So elections have consequences.
I would just say that it's not just about putting people in office that look like you, but that come from where you come from as well. So, for example, like with the U.S. Senator race with Gary Chambers and John Kennedy, it's like
that's Gary's
not just he's not just a black face, but he comes from amongst the people. He understands. Like he's tailgated at Southern University. I can't speak for if I've seen John Kennedy at Southern University tailgate and anything like that. But what I'm saying is not just sending somebody to. It's not just sending somebody to putting somebody in office that looks like you, but somebody that comes from you. So I would say that's why elections like this are important, because you have candidates that's on the ballot that not only look like you, but they come from you. And even as like if it's white candidates out there and stuff like that, as long as they understand the needs of the people and stuff like that, I think that's important. But that's where I leave it at. I think they got a lot of great candidates on there that depending on who people vote for, they understand the needs of the people.
I think hopefully this election shows the importance of tapping into every resource we have at our disposal. We have 108 institutions with hundreds of thousands of young, energetic Black people who eventually will be the senators, the governors, the presidents, those who come to power. Even our generation hasn't truly come to power in this country yet. And so I think hopefully this election highlights the need for those in these places now to begin to look to the future and not just use us for what we can bring to the table, but to truly begin to teach and equip us and give us the tools we need to be not only what we are as far as these successful bastions of Black excellence, but also to continue to become what we will be in the future. I think it was the Collegiate 100 organization, Collegiate 100 Black men, that says what they see is what they'll be. And so I think it's important for our leaders now to see it and equip us so that next time we're not panicking in these races and scrambling for qualified candidates, but already be there.
Thank you, gentlemen. Well, I do have to also make this announcement. No, you have not gone back in time. No, this is not 2000 and we are not in Florida. But we did jump the gun. The race in Maryland for governor is still too close to call. So we're still counting votes there. Hopefully that won't be decided by 537 votes and by Supreme Court ruling. But once again, disregard the previous announcement, the Maryland race, they're still counting votes there. But his reports from his campaign, they are optimistic they'll be victorious once all votes are counted. But now, as always, thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you all being here. Y'all stay tuned. We have to pay some bills. And we will continue this election night coverage. We're going to give you some more campaign updates, see what other races too close to call, what's getting ready to close. And I believe that the Louisiana polls will be closing soon at the top of the hour. So we are definitely going to see if the state of Louisiana wanted a candidate of change or a candidate who wanted to start the Call the Crackhead Community Neighborhood Associations. But stay tuned here at the HydeOut midterm election 2022.
Scene one, take one, intro in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Yo, I'm Brian Darby, owner of His and Hers Grooming Bar, and welcome to How I Do What I Do on NextDefTV.com.
Boss got me on that good crown. Good Brigadellia. Canadian whiskey. What up, Drake? What up? Whoa, what up with it, man? It's your boy Mouse on the track. Hey, go check out my For the Record interview on Next Dev TV on YouTube and be looking out for a whole set of new videos and interviews coming soon. Hear me?
Most of the time when people talk about or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different, they talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. It's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be. Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders, be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant Jr. Most of the time when people talk about or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different, they talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. It's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be. Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders, be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant Jr.
Welcome back to the HydeOut Election Night. Definitely will have to here we begin to highlight the election the race here, and one more. One second, that's it. What will we get out from you right now? Test, testing, 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 1, 2, 3, testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing, 1, 2, 3, test, testing, 1, 2, 3, test, ready to roll. All right, and welcome back for real this time. But once again, we're glad to have you back. Thank you for staying with us here on election night. We have definitely been watching those polls closely, and shortly we will have some updated poll numbers. We're glad to be joined with Mr. Eric Lewis here. So, Mr. Eric Lewis, tell us a little bit about yourself. What organization you represent? Where you coming from?
So my name is Eric Lewis. I have a management consulting firm called the E5 Company. We've actually worked on a number of different political campaigns here in the Baton Rouge area. In 2020, I had the opportunity to run for public office as a Metro Council member in East Baton Rouge Parish.
Right.
And so, just really like to talk politics and how it impacts our community.
Gotcha. So of course we know there are a bunch of local races going on here in Baton Rouge, but I want to get more of a sense on your perspective of what's going on in these national races. Now, they've already called the races in Florida. So Congresswoman Val Demings was unsuccessful in being able to unseat Marco Rubio. Charlie Crist was unsuccessful in being able to unseat Governor Ron DeSantis. Currently, right now, the race has not been called in Georgia, so Abrams and Kemp are still fighting it out, and Senator Raphael Warnock and Herschel Walker are still fighting it out. What is your perspective on some of those races, especially with Stacey Abrams, who 4 years ago we know was unsuccessful? Whether if you want to say that was due to the train being hijacked in broad daylight with a lot of chicanery going on with voters being dismissed from the rolls, or maybe she just couldn't get over the hurdle. But do you think she'll be successful tonight after she has proven that she has worked a political machine that has been able to put Joe Biden in the White House and Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff in the Senate?
Yeah, so while I'm hopeful, the numbers that I'm hearing right now don't look promising.
Okay.
And I think what's concerning, because I actually do want to go back to Val Davis, who I was very hopeful would replace Senator Mark Rubio. I think, if we look at what's going on in Georgia and what's going on in Florida, it's concerning because of the direction that the country is going nationally. And so I think, the two races that you mentioned, the races that you mentioned in Florida and obviously the race in Georgia, are actually going to have a very huge impact going forward, not just this upcoming term, but probably for the next 6 years.
Gotcha.
And the things that we see happening nationally.
Yes, sir. So why do you think maybe the voters of Florida did not want to unseat Senator Marco Rubio?
Not quite sure. I think if you look at the numbers in the state of Florida, that's the way the state leans. I would say that the actions or the decisions that Senator Rubio has made, as well as their governor, have not been drastic enough for the citizens of the state of Florida.
Gotcha.
And so the reality is that Florida is a red state, and so that's the way that the state leans. And I think that Governor DeSantis is going to be a formidable opponent for our former president.
Oh, so you are making a prediction that he's going to try to jump in to the race for the Republican nomination against Donald Trump?
Did you not see his recent ad? How on the 8th day?
Look, I get it, but I also saw the California governor running ads in Texas. So we don't know what's really going on. What's in the water. Quite frankly, I think a lot of people did call crackheads, but it wasn't because they was in danger. I think they were trying to call to see what people were smoking at some point in time, because because you got governors forgetting which states they're actually running.
If you look back on that,
right.
The things that happened with flying folks across the country. I think clearly Governor DeSantis is making steps because he has future plans.
Now,
none of the things that he's done in recent months has anything to do with
Let me ask you this, Mr. Lewis. Now, where do you stand on the perspective of when it comes to who should be the Republican nominee? You got some voters who say, look, maybe we might just need to ride out with the devil we know, which is Trump, better than the one we don't, which is DeSantis. Because you got some people that say, look, at least Trump, we know what we got. We still can't figure out DeSantis. And sometimes it's the mystery of the unknown.
So I think it's going to be a fight, because again, you can't sit here and say as Republicans that the current president, because of his age, is unfit to serve when the former president is right there with him. And so I think there's going to be a segment of the Republican population that is going to side with Governor DeSantis, and I think we're going to have a nice little fight on our hands within the Republican Party.
Gotcha.
So when I say we, that doesn't mean that I'm a part of it.
No, gotcha. Yeah, we've all been giving very neutral statements here now on the HydeOut. But I'll find something that's also impressive. We're going to try to get those updated numbers in North Carolina along with Georgia as well. But in North Carolina, we have Sherry Beasley, who is running against a Trump-endorsed candidate, Ted Budd. And our last numbers, even though it was 45% of the vote, and she actually was leading 54.1% to 42.2%. Of course, I'm pretty sure those numbers have updated. It's been maybe about an hour ago. But the fact that she's a Black woman, former Chief Justice of the state of North Carolina, and she is giving that candidate a run for his money. Like, what would your perspective be on that?
So, I think, again, Georgia, just as well as North Carolina, or states where, we have Black people moving to, and a huge Black population. And so I think the numbers are there, just has been the conversation I think you were talking about earlier with Gary Chambers. And so the numbers are there. It's just a matter of moving the people.
Gotcha.
And so I think the challenge, again, that we have is that we still don't have enough excitement and enough understanding of how serious and how critical these moments are. The numbers are there. It's just a matter of how do we actually get people mobilized and energized and actually to show up to the polls and vote.
And the last thing I would ask you is, I think as we're getting ready to approach polls closing in Louisiana, how do you think the Louisiana races are going to shape out, especially the Senate race between Gary Chambers, Mixon, Stibe, and Kennedy?
So if I go by, what I saw on the ground today in Baton Rouge, and I've just been in Baton Rouge, I still don't think that, we're showing up in the type of numbers that we need to have serious drastic change. So the energy that we're looking for, we really have not seen since the days of President Obama. And so I think that, again, remains a challenge. I do think, I think that it'll be a runoff, but I think it'll be a close push between Mr. Chambers and Mr. Mixon.
Really? So you actually think that we'll be able to force Kennedy to a runoff?
I think it'll be a runoff, but I think it's gonna, in my opinion, I think it'd be a toss-up right now, whether it's Mr. Chambers or Mr. Mixon.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. We thank you for your time and joining us tonight. We definitely enjoy your perspectives anytime you join us here on the Hideout. We're going to continue to watch these races there. The production team is going to give me these updated numbers. We're going to quickly pay some bills. The break is not going to be as long as it was last time, but stay where you are. We're going to have a correspondent coming in all the way from Washington, D.C., along with two more guests as we continue to keep you on this love train known as the 2022 midterm elections.
Boss got me on that good crown. Good Brigadelli. Canadian whiskey. What up, Drake? What up? Whoa, what up with it, man? It's your boy Mouse on the track. Hey, go check out my For the Record interview on Next Dev TV on YouTube and be looking out for a whole set of new videos and interviews coming soon. Hear me?
Most of the time when people talk about or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different, they talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. It's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be. Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders. Be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant Jr.
Welcome back. During the transition, we were already engaged in very spirited debates that we had about a panel or two ago. And I'm still going to stand 10 toes down, and we actually might rehash it out night for this panel as well. But joining me, once again, everybody's familiar with the Reverend, the Minister, the future Reverend Doctor, Mr. Extraordinary, Mr. Kelvin Wells, who I'm pretty sure right now me and him are running neck and neck, and Black Twitter has probably received so many different hits and hashtags of our spirited exchange. And then also a brother that I've been trying to link up with, get on the show for a long time, former mayoral candidate from the for New Orleans, Louisiana, back in 2017, made history as the youngest mayoral candidate back in 2017, Mr. Hashim Walters, joining us all the way from the Crescent City. Nola, laissez la bon ton rouler.
Yes, sir.
All right, before we kick this off, so as I said earlier, you didn't go back in time. It's not Florida 2000. We do have it confirmed now that, yes, Wes Moore, with 73.7% of the vote in Maryland, has now become the first Black governor of Maryland. We can project Wes Moore has made history and become the first Black governor of Maryland. Going back to Georgia, as we've been watching all night, with 66.9% of the vote in, Senator Raphael Warnock is at 50.9% against Herschel Walker's 47.3%. Now, once again, just like here in Louisiana, we look for that 50+1. If Raphael Warnock can hold on over that 50%, then he will not have to worry about being forced to a runoff. But as we had mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they do have a libertarian candidate who is pulling that 3 to 4% of the vote. So sometimes third parties can throw off the votes a little bit and throw them off a little bit wacky. But that's the current numbers with the Senate race. So the governor's race, Governor Brian Kemp has regained the lead. He is at 51% right now, and Stacey Abrams is at 47.6%. Once again, that's 51% with Governor Brian Kemp, and Stacey Abrams is close on his heels at 47.6. Back to the great state of North Carolina, Ted Budd Trump-endorsed candidate for the Senate seat in North Carolina, has regained the lead. He is at 50.1%, going against Sherry Beasley, who was at 47.9%. Right now, we're also going to be checking the numbers to see where we may stand with control of the House. So we're going to be watching that closely. They've called that. And of course, we'll also be watching control of the Senate. Guys, it's been a spirited election season, locally, statewide, and nationally. First of all, since you're from New Orleans, on the ground, lived there, born there, raised there, what is going on with this recall against TD? What is going on? They mad because she want to fly first class. They mad because she don't want to drive all the way back to the lower ninth over there back in the east when she's working all day. So now she can't stay at the same city apartment that everybody else stayed at. You know, they got a problem with all that. Why are they trying to recall TD? What is going on?
So in New Orleans, I call them the second term shakes.
Uh-huh.
We've had mayors in the past when they get to that second term, it seems like our constituency gets a little bit antsy and they start to really dig deep into what they're doing.
Right.
It's all of a sudden. It's all of a sudden now we see that the city has created some sort of microscope on the mayor and things of that nature.
But what is different about Cantrell though? Because what is it that she's done differently that was different from Mitch Landrieu, that was different from Ray Nagin, which at the end of the day, if you wanted to actually call it starting recall, that probably was the time to do it during his second term. Mark Morial, Sidney Barthélemy, Dutch Morial, like what makes Toya Cantrell so different other than her being a Black woman?
Absolutely. I think that she's living in the golden age of social media, right? Mm-hmm. And so everybody has the ability to receive information about anything that she's doing. So if somebody's on the street seeing her going into somewhere that, they may think is not necessarily where a mayor should be or any politician should be or something like that, people have the ability to just give an update exactly what she's doing at all times. And folks are definitely living in the age of, hey, I want to see all public records requests as much as possible.
Gotcha.
And I also just think that New Orleans is in a very unique situation where crime is extremely, extremely high after a pandemic, and we're seeing a lot of individuals now becoming more and more concerned about the youth of the city.
Gotcha.
So, the fact that a lot of the young people in the city are now, I would say, COVID kids, post 2020 kids. A lot of people are now kind of just.
But even moving out of that age, right? As we saw, New Orleans has now regained the title again of the murder capital of the world again for the umpteenth time.
Yeah.
Why does that happen to be a consistent trend in the city of New Orleans?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, you can chime in on that as well. I mean, both. Mr. The Southern
important.
University.
It's important to also highlight the recent crime trends. Before the COVID pandemic, Louisiana was seeing historic lows in crime, and crime has been in this country until recently trending downward for quite some time. But I do think when you take up people who are already economically disadvantaged, and then you further economically disadvantage them, because the most effective positions were those hourly wage positions. That are disproportionately occupied by people of color and people of low socioeconomic status. When you stress people out, and when you create this environment where now there's this heightened competition for resources, then yes, you do in fact see crime spike.
But this is not
also people as a result of the COVID pandemic, people are a lot less optimistic about, people became a lot less optimistic about what it is their outlook was, for the simple fact that for 2.5 years, there was nothing going on.
But let's also look at it like this, though. Okay, so if that's the case, are you saying that New Orleans has been stressed for over 40 years? Now, you can't just blame it on people just being stressed, because this is not the first time New Orleans has hit historic numbers in crime. I mean, I think the last time that because I would say if the last time crime probably went down significantly by over 60% was during the Morial administration.
True.
But Mark Morial, that is.
Yeah.
Of course, his father,
Well, I
Dutch, was the night.
I would go so far as to say yes. The people of New Orleans, especially Black people in New Orleans, which is most of the consolidated government
60%.
and its electorate, I would go so far as to say that yes, those economic stressors have been there for 40 years. I would go that far.
I think that it's even more heightened now in this particular time, like I said before, is because you got to think about it. You have kids who were once in a structured environment before COVID, but also they might have had not so good of a situation at home. Some kids,
Gotcha.
and them being disconnected from school for a certain period of time exacerbated maybe the situation that they were going on at home, that they had going on at home. And New Orleans and student enrollment is significantly down, and so as a result, kids aren't in school. I mean, where are they?
True.
And so you have a lot of kids who are now turned into a life of crime and things.
But now you're seeing this whole trend of, we had an education segment earlier in the show, but now it just seems to be, especially in a lot of predominantly Black cities or growing Black cities, that there seems to be this rise between charter schools and public schools. Yeah. Why do you think this trend has started to where now this kind of a battle between, let's do a contract with this school or let's try to invest more in our public schools?
Well, I taught at Phyllis Wheatley Community School in New Orleans in 2018. And so it was really eye-opening. Coming from Baton Rouge, a city where there is still a public education system, predominantly, as a matter of fact. Right. It was I'll never forget my first professional development session, and that was June 8th, 2018. I'll never forget when I found out that as I don't know if this is still true, but the New Orleans public school, the New Orleans school district was 98.5% charter schools.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that may have changed since 2018. 98.5%. And so coming from
but with that 98.5% being charter, has that improved the education status in New Orleans?
Statistically, no.
Okay.
And so in Baton Rouge now, where you see white flight, where you see like the advent of Baker, Zachary, Central schools going to create their own school district.
St. George.
When you see, and I was getting there because I did in my graduate studies, I did a solvency study on the city of St. George.
Hey, they said it was because they wanted to give their children a better education system. Now that's what they say, and they got the votes to pass.
Now
that's what they said.
Hey, got to stay in my education. That is not what they wrote, but that's what they said. But the issue becomes though. And now, while I'm not necessarily anti-charter. I am pro-public school.
Gotcha.
But my issue, my issue with the charter school system or model becomes, first of all, it's for profit. I don't believe education should be for profit. I just do not. But secondly, though, when you're not producing better outcomes, now I second guess you. Because if you're promising people, you say, hey, this is a community school. We're giving the community a school back. We're bringing these resources. We're bringing these teachers, these models, these curricula that public schools are not, and we're going to give your children these better access to education. I'm not a parent, but if I were, I would expect better outcomes. But statistically speaking, the outcomes are the same or worse. Now, though,
but what do you do to change the tide of that, though? Because because the parent that's going to the school board meetings or parent like they're not the one cutting these multi-million-dollar contracts to these institutions. So I mean, where do you turn the tides with that?
You turn the tides by publicizing that. Even in East Baton Rouge Parish, you have 3 or 4 school board members who also just so happen to sit on the board of charter of companies or corporations or LLCs or 501s that either own or administer charter schools. And I think you need to publicize that. I think that is something that proponents of public school, those of us who believe that we first of all, we fought in Baton Rouge, especially East Baton Rouge Parish had the longest standing desegregation order of any school district in this country from 1954 to 2007. So in a school district where you fought to create a quality district for African American students, EBR being 82% African American, when you fought the school system, that is, when you fought for that, and then you see where there are people who are claiming to bring better
and the outcomes are the same or worse, then it behooves us to call attention to that and say, well, we may as well, first of all, we owe it to,
Right.
I believe, but we may as well invest in the existing schools, the teachers, the network that we have.
Let me ask you all this though. So, I mean, we have other polls and everything. Now, let's see if we can get some of these graphics up about where issues lie for a lot of voters, but for the midterms. So, of course, we know abortion is going to be a hot topic.
Absolutely.
But what seems to be outpacing abortion since the summer is inflation and, of course, crime. So my thing is, which I find that interesting after the push all summer has been about CRT and all that jazz. And like I said, we have a Supreme Court justice hearing to where she's being asked, does she believe that babies can be racist? That just befuddles everybody. Right. I mean, but one thing I can say though, Cruz can advertise any of my books any day of the week, because when he dropped the name of Anti-Racist Baby, it became the #1 bestseller on the New York Times. So Ed Cruz did nothing else. He did wonderful advertising for the author of Anti-Racist Baby. But my thing is, they went from CRT to now it's Roe v. Wade. To now, especially in states like Wisconsin, which Mandela Barnes, which we'll get those numbers up when we do the next poll update as well. In Wisconsin, like, these are things now that they're pushing. They shifted from even the economy to say, I don't feel our communities are going up. As Senator Kennedy, who's trying to fight for re-election, even putting his campaign, no mother should have to lower her shoulder
The only Herschel Walker.
Most of the time when people talk about or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different, they talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. It's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be. Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders. Be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant.
And welcome back. Right now, we got an update for you in the state of Georgia. Right now, at 75% of the vote in, Senator Raphael Warnock numbers have decreased. He is now at 49.2, and Herschel Walker is now at 48.8. Once again, Senator Raphael Warnock is at 49.2, and Herschel Walker is at 48.8. It seems that Herschel Walker seems to be gaining ground. I guess his supporters believed in him. They believe in his message. They believe that you should just eat right, and you should accept any badge that we present on a public forum.
Why not?
Maybe that message may do it because he did have support when they said, run, Herschel, run. But in Texas, as you know, Beto O'Rourke is taking on incumbent Governor Greg Abbott. Many people thought this race was going to be over as soon as the horses left the stable. But with 58% of the vote in, Governor Greg Abbott only has a slight lead of 52.9%, and Beto O'Rourke is at 46%. When they were thinking that was going to be a race between 12 point spread. But as we saw this past Saturday, even when you try to give Alabama 30-some points on the spread, it ain't over until the fourth quarter. Or in our case, when we go for 2 extra points during overtime. And joining us from Washington, D.C., who can try to give us a pulse on maybe what be going on with some of these congressional elections, my friend and your friend, Mr. Frederick Bell. What is going on, my friend?
Hello, my friend. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Holler at your boy.
Fantastic. Hi, Braylon. Hi, Hashin. Good to see you both.
What's up, brother? How you feeling?
I'm good.
Kelvin, the troublemaker, is here too, so make sure you acknowledge him when feelings get hurt. You know, we all get him down about 2-3 times tonight.
both studied under them state
Yes, sir. So look, Fred. So look, you all the way in Washington D.C. So like, what's the pulse of the city, man? Like, what's going on? Like, what are you hearing? Are Democrats optimistic, or do they feel as though they're going to be sacrificing one of the chambers of power tonight? Like, what's been the pulse of the city all election season, especially today?
Listen, the conventional wisdom coming into this night was that Republicans were going to do well. Like, we understand an ironclad rule going into a president's midterm year is that his party typically doesn't do well. So much of what we're seeing tonight isn't a surprise, but it still is concerning with the amount of election deniers who are running in many of these states who are winning. And I think it's going to be all about turnout and hopefully a winning message, because look, this is just an indicator of what's going to happen in 2024. And as President Biden said 2 nights ago, if we can save this democracy, right? So that's what it's going to be about.
Good. So tonight, as we know, we're still just following the congressional numbers, and we'll have that posted soon. But where are you seeing the House of Representatives right now? Because everybody seems to be optimistic that the Democrats, even though it'll be tight, but they still project that the Democrats might still hold on to the Senate, but they're not so sure on the House. What's it looking like in D.C.? What's the word there?
Right. Well, the word is that Democrats are ahead of expectation, essentially, in key races across the nation. But Republicans are still likely to take control of the House, and many people such as myself who work in sort of progressive politics, and we've been planning to respond to a Republican-controlled House when Kevin McCarthy, who was the majority leader of the Republicans in the House from California, if they take the House tonight, he will become the Speaker. And we have been listening to people such as Representative Matt Gaetz and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, who have said they're prepared to begin impeaching President Biden if they get the gavel, right? They want to do away with the student loan debt forgiveness that President Biden has done. All the gains that we've made, they're ready to roll those back. And so, we are optimistic that hopefully, given all of that it won't be as bad. They've talked about a red wave, but we don't see that happening tonight, although we do see Republicans taking back the House with a slim majority.
Now, let me ask you this, Fred. So do you think, are you surprised by how some of these Senate races are going tonight? I mean, the fact that they called that Florida race. I mean, I would have thought that Congresswoman Demings would have had a stronger fight, and maybe even Charlie Crist would have had a stronger fight for governor. But does that surprise you that there has been such a trend in a lot of these states to where Republicans have seemed to be gaining ground and submitting their territory?
Look, I've been waiting to see the turnout numbers, because what was surprising, although Florida has been trending Republican, and although I don't want to say it's a lost cause, no states are lost causes. All right, we have Democrats, people everywhere who need help and who need people who are willing to fight for them. So I'm a Democrat, and so we just can't leave all those votes on the table. Millions of Democrats in Florida, so it's not a lost cause. But it has been trending red, and I was surprised to see that Republicans flipped Miami-Dade County, which is traditionally has been a Democratic stronghold. So I was surprised to see that, but I do want to see turnout numbers and see what it's looking like. With the amount of Cuban voters there who are sort of responding to this socialism, that Republicans have been very effective at pinning onto the Democrats. Because they come from socialist countries where things weren't so good there. Although that's not the vision that many Democrats are prescribing, Republicans have been effective at paving as such.
Gotcha. All right. Well, also being from the great state of Louisiana, are you surprised at the numbers of what's going on with this current Senate race? As John Kennedy seeks re-election, I believe Gary Chambers is taking the second place lead right now. He is now at 16% of the vote, and Kennedy is still at 66%. Do you think that they will be able to force Kennedy to a runoff, or do you think Kennedy will be victorious tonight?
Look, Gary Chambers is a friend, and I'm a supporter. I know the governor supported Luke Mixon, and it was always going to be an uphill battle for any Democrat in this race against Senator Kennedy. So I am not entirely surprised by the numbers. I'm hopeful for a runoff, although I think that is also unlikely tonight, just with the 25% of the vote in, and with Kennedy being, I think, at nearly 70% of the vote. I think it's going to be unlikely. But, election night is always full of surprises, so we'll see.
That's true. Just stay right there. I think we may be having another guest joining you on DC. But of course, you guys may be on the opposite side of the spectrum. Mr. Deontay Johnson, who's the president of the Black Conservative Fund, the Black Conservative Foundation. Deontay, hi, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Well, look, depending on how this conversation goes, we might be going greater together, or we might be in a slugfest. No. But here on the Hideout, we are raw and unfiltered, but we want everybody to express themselves. Now, it is no secret that you are definitely a hardcore conservative. You definitely support the man who wants to make America great again, as he said. So what is the sense in D.C. About election night tonight? Do you all think that the Republicans are going to be successful in Congress and in the Senate? And if so, why do you feel that?
Well, Mr. Bell said that there wasn't going to be a red wave, but you know what? I'm getting my surfboard ready because we are feeling it right now. I'm looking at Ohio's numbers. JD Vance is going to take Ohio. We have Ron Johnson is going to take Wisconsin. Dr. Oz kicking and screaming. We are going to keep a Republican seat in Pennsylvania. I think we're going to see a lot.
Well, what you got? Did you just say you think Dr. Oz is going to be successful against Fetterman? Now, come on, man. You got to break it down. Now, look, you're on the Hideout now. We just don't let you throw out just statements. You got to be able to come strong with your logic. Now, you got to break that down to me.
Listen, Dr. Oz has done a great job. And if we go back to the last debate, what we saw someone who's not fit to become a senator in the United States Senate. I think Fetterman has done a great job of being a public servant. I don't agree with his policies, but as someone who needs to be in the Senate, we need someone who is well and he's not well. I do wish him well. I wish that he can recover, but he's not recovered yet. We need someone who's ready to come in from day one, kicking and to get some policies done and to help save
Look,
America.
look, but see, but Deontay, here's the question, right? What is the Republicans' message? And when I say minority, I'm strictly talking about African Americans, because sometimes, you know, the people just hijack minorities and they go straight to Latinos, whatever. Not dispelling the concerns of our brown brothers and sisters. Hey, it is what it is. But right now, I'm using minority in terms of black people. What is the Republicans' message, or what is their plan if they do maintain the House of Representatives and the Senate? Because the only thing that they've been focusing on is going after Joe Biden's son, going after Joe Biden. You guys want to codify a national ban on abortion, which definitely affects minority families. You guys are trying to roll back a lot of this, the funding for HBCUs, to my knowledge, and that it seems that your plans are not really lining up with things that would benefit black people, but yet the narrative has been trying to expand the tent again to bring black people back in. Like, what is a Republican's argument or mandate to say you need to put us in leadership?
Well, let's start with the HBCU comment. Republicans under President Trump funded HBCUs in historic numbers. So we're not trying to roll back and take any money from historically black colleges. And that's what we're doing. We're talking about the pocketbooks. You know, the Democrats, they want to talk about emotions. We're talking about pocketbooks. Inflation has pretty much, you know, ruined. I mean, it has put the black community at a very disadvantage. We talk about Thanksgiving that's coming up, where people have to cut back on their plans because inflation prices in the grocery stores are ridiculous. Gas prices, they're not able to travel to and from families who may live 2 or 3 hours away. Plane tickets are ridiculous. So we're talking about inflation. That's what's important. You know, the Democrats focus on what makes people feel good. Republicans focus on how can we as citizens be able to spend our dime, how can we as citizens be able to make more money and live a sustainable income.
But why can't the Republican narrative also be, let's see how people feel about a mob storming the Capitol, injuring and killing and causing the death of a lot of people and desecrating our national monuments? I mean, even the Klan, even when they
don't have time to think about, people don't have time to think about what happened in the Capitol building when they are trying to look into
Get off me.
Whoa, wait, hold on.
Only active Democrats care about what happened in the Capitol.
It's irrelevant.
Everyday people care about what's happening in their paycheck. They don't have time to think about a Capitol building when they can't keep food in the store. They don't have time to think about a Capitol building when they can't put gas in their car. No one cares about the Capitol building. The Capitol building recovered. We need to try to recover.
But let me ask you this though: if I'm an African American man, in this country,
yes, sir,
and I witnessed a group of people storm the Capitol to try to overturn that, for all intents and purposes, even Republican-appointed federal judges have ruled on this was a fair election, to promote a narrative that because 20 years from now, they're going to now be the subjugated minority group, and they are hell-bent on trying to turn back every right that has it been advanced for minorities for over 30, 40, 50 some odd years. I'm sorry, I may not have time to worry about providing food for my family or gas in my car or going to a job if I'm thinking y'all are trying to roll back freedoms and justices and laws that could have me being restricted from even buying a car or restricted from even going to a certain job. I mean, you had people in that mob and crowd that don't believe that I should be sitting in this position right here, that I should be mopping the floor outside after maybe one of my white colleagues was doing the broadcast. But I mean, I'll take it to my panel now because I know they got to ask some questions.
I want to be real quick. I don't use the blackmail thing. Listen, I'm
because I mean, to say that January 6th was irrelevant. I agree with you when you're right. That's kind of what you got. My spirit is.
As a political
hold on, Kevin. I think we got to talk to these people. Okay, hold on, Deontay. We want to try to do something with the volume. We can't hear you. You turn up a little bit. All right, Kelvin, gotcha.
Okay, no. As a political and policy scientist by trade, training, and experience, it perplexes me that the Republican Party nationally and in some states, especially though nationally, it perplexes me, especially though that the Republican Party takes some of the stances that it takes. First of all, the inflation that the Republican Party is so ready to attribute to President Biden's policy, if I recall, and I do trust my memory to a certain point, that the first economic intervention package was not passed under President Biden. Also, though, I do find it, I do find these talking points around January 6th to be a bit troublesome. I wouldn't say that the average person isn't thinking about it. It's quite troublesome. The last time that the Capitol building was stormed was in 1812 when the British invaded this nation. And so to see patriots, quote unquote, who waved in some cases American flags, in some cases they called themselves 3%ers, that group's ideology is based upon a false.
What in the world is a 3%?
Well, some people believe that only 3% of colonists actually were patriots, in fact, and based upon some demographic extrapolation that people who believe in facts and
But
figures.
what's the litmus
actually
test to know what percent you fall in? I mean, just like people who say I'm 138th.
Well,
Native American,
according to history and historians, people who both look at records from the Continental Army and the records that we do have left from the Revolutionary War, more than 3% of people would have been opposed to British rule.
Well, hold on. This whole we got. We've got to let him respond. Deontay, what is your response to that? Hold on. I made some claims. Deontay, you have the floor.
Listen, I'm going to say the same thing that I say to those who make a claim about what's happening over in Ukraine or overseas. Is that as a black man from Chicago, I see every day, okay, family members, friends, so many others who don't care what's happening in Washington, D.C. because right in their backyard, they're trying to make ends meet, okay? I think it's crazy that politicians on both sides, what happened on January 6th was, it was sad. It was not who we are as Americans. It's not who we are as Republicans. And so I would call that out every day. But I think we have to move forward. Republicans have to move this
time we got some interference somewhere. Somebody got to turn their volume down. Okay. I think we might have stabilized.
Can you hear me, Braylon?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Y'all take that's your speakers out. We can getting a lot of feedback. Just turn your volume down just slightly.
Like
Did he log out?
Might be
I'm getting an echo from the studio, Braylon.
We're getting an echo. Okay, I think we're good now. Deontay, you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay, gotcha. Proceed.
No, I said, what happened was it was not who we are as Americans, it wasn't who we are as Republicans. And so I thought that those actions were, disgusting. But we have to move on. The Democratic Party
actions. What was the action that was agreed that would have justified what happened on January 6th?
Storming the Capitol was disgusting and not who we are.
They're president.
So do you believe that I don't have any responsibility for inciting or encouraging such actions?
I don't.
Well, if I could just respond quickly to Deontay.
Washington, D.C. and stop them from.
Let me finish my point. But what I think is, the Democratic Party has spent their entire time in power when they had the House and the Senate only caring about January 6th. They have not done anything for the American people. They have made it their mission to go out with political witch hunts after former President Trump, after Republicans. But we need to figure out how can we restore America? How can we post-COVID? COVID made it had a major dent in our economy. How can we replenish our economy?
But what I'm asking is, Deontay, when people say we're going to take America back, or we're going to make America great again, or we're going to restore America, what version of America are you trying to restore? Because, sir, let me tell you something.
Listen, I'm just talking for COVID.
That you support is trying to bring back and restore an America that ain't going to have you in the best position. So I hope you realize that, because that Marjorie Taylor Greene, if you don't think she trying to take you back to pre-Rosa Parks, you kidding yourself. But that's okay.
But I think
I'm just trying to keep my own pressure down at this point.
But
no, thank you, Deontay. We up in there.
Oh, good. But
Hashim,
oh, good. Okay. I just had a quick question. I would just wonder, would the Republican Party be willing to support a different Donald Trump now, who's basically in the middle of a very big situation, right? Would the Republican Party be willing to, quote unquote, fall on that sword and support him while he's in the predicament that he's in now, right? While this situation is still fresh.
Who's that question?
Deontay, would the Republican Party be willing to support Donald Trump at this point, even with everything that has transpired? That's a very interesting question, and I mean, of course, it'll definitely put some very bad heat, I think, on the Republican Party going forward in 2024. Is that a risk that y'all really want to take?
Okay, Deontay, you answer that question, and Fred, you jump in.
Listen, I absolutely, President Trump is our nominee. We will support him. The rhetoric may have not been what everyone preferred, and there may have been mean tweets, but what we've seen economically right now, we were in a great position, and that is why we're seeing what we're seeing today. It's because the Democratic Party that said, "Oh, he's so mean," and we have this. People don't care about them. They care about their pocketbook. They care about their paycheck. They care about being able to take vacations with their families and being able to live a sustainable life. No one cares about the other, oh, this person is mean, or oh, this person said this wrong. No, they don't care about that. They care about what happened. They care that they don't have to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. They care that they can be able to take care of their family sustainable, and then also they care about making sure they're leaving something for the future of their children. If the Democratic Party spent less time caring about feelings and more time caring about economy, we'd be in a better place today.
Okay, but what Republican president can you point to? I mean, you can't say Lincoln, but what Republican president can you point to that didn't have, and I'll just say from the Black perspective, didn't have a lot of Black middle class and lower class Black families trying to keep their head above water and make a wave when they can?
It ain't.
Because I think we've been saying this good time narrative from Eisenhower to Nixon to Reagan to Bush to Trump.
Let me ask you a question. How long have you been voting Democrat?
Well, hold on. First of all, answer my question first.
I'm going to answer your question. Is that
surprised by my?
I will answer your question with a question.
No, you can't answer my question, and that's the problem, because if they want Black support, when you have to ask a question about Black problems, I asked a great question.
Democratic president
and I said, because look, when we take away Dr. King and we take away Lincoln from y'all don't have nothing to present us with. Y'all can't even throw Colin Powell in our faces anymore, because Colin even left y'all before he went on to glory. So what does that answer my question? What Republican president can say that they said we are going to directly change the economic situation for Black families? Like, I'm pretty sure you watch Good Times. I'm sure you did. You grew up on TV land somewhere you could share. But what was Good Times? Keeping your head above water, making a way when you can.
Yes, sir.
That has been the narrative for a lot of Black families for a long time. And don't get me wrong, I'm not letting Democrats off the hook either.
No.
Because Roosevelt started the whole program anyway. So don't think I'm letting Democrats out. But all I'm saying is, tell me, just name one Republican president. You can't use Lincoln. Just name me one Republican president who said, this is my Black agenda and narrative, and I am going to directly ensure that I change the economic status of Black families. If you name me one Republican man, let me tell you, so I'll cash app you right now, Gray. I'll cash app you a stack right now. Send me the, you get $1,000 tax.
Press each other. Oh, they love the tax.
You can't ask Siri, you can't ask Google.
Press each other.
Hold on.
I can say this, and God is my witness because I heard it with my own ears.
Hold on.
The same exact words that you said is what Donald J. Trump said.
Who you said? That doesn't answer my question.
Your president? Yes. Yes.
That's okay. We're gonna go on Fred. Don't blame Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles is just the man. We still love you.
That was interesting. Yeah, can you hear me, Braylon? Listen, I want to respond quickly to a point Deontay made a few minutes ago about January 6th. It wasn't just sad; it was fatal. People died. Sure. Republicans talk about Blue Lives Matter, Capitol Police. They were hurt, they were harmed, and many of them are still dealing with the impacts of that riot instigated by the former president. And now many of the same people who supported that are now running to control our elections, to running to be in the House of Representatives. So it is very serious. It is deadly serious, and it's something that we're not done dealing with. And on the inflation point, the president actually can't do much to control inflation. I mean, I was happy about the Inflation Reduction Act, but we know that due to the coronavirus pandemic, we were going to see inflation go up anyway, regardless of the stimulus that President Biden put into the economy that many Black families relied on. I mean, so many of us are already struggling. Many of my family back home in Louisiana relied on that relief. So when Deontay talks about Black families, they know that relief, and that's why the support for President Biden from Black Americans has been well above 90%. So, I think that this conversation about Black and the support for Democrats for so long, I think because they've seen the results. And you're right to point out what Republican has had any significant impact on the Black community, because they haven't. I mean, the Black community has been struggling in general, and it's all about making those marginal gains, and that's what we've been doing.
Kelvin, you had something else you wanted to add.
I had quite a few things. First of all, though, there has not been a modern Republican president who has significantly improved the economic outlook of this country, period, let alone that of African Americans. And that is not my opinion.
Black people can still name one, but I'm not going to give him. I'm not going to let him phone a friend. But I can name two of them. I can name. You can't even give me one. He had $1,000 on the line. Now somebody on Facebook gonna take me up on that offer because look, they want that tax free.
Also, though, in the last since not even the last, since Ronald Reagan's presidency, every time there has been a Republican president, our economy has heavily faltered. Every single time. And the simple fact of the matter is that the Republican Party before Donald Trump, which I would argue is a different Republican Party than what we have now, but the Republican Party before Donald Trump was the party of the 1%, the richest and the whitest of those among us. And it has been demonstrably so. And I believe if the Republican Party ever comes into control of our bicameral system of congressional legislature, that it will be that again. Secondly, though, I did want to highlight the simple fact that the Republican Party's attempt to downplay what happened on January 6th is not something that anyone, let alone the Democratic Party nationally, though I do take issue with establishment Democrats, as I am not one. I take issue with the establishment Democratic Party on that because I don't think the Democratic Party is holding the Republican Party's feet to the fire as much as they should. For not just January 6th, not to belittle it, not to
well, do you think that's a Pelosi and Schumer problem? Because
I think Pelosi and Schumer are symptoms of the problem.
But here's the thing, though, and I'll give the Republicans this: when they are in power, whoever the Speaker of the House is, or the Majority Leader, or the Majority Whip, or the Senate, the President of the Senate, when McConnell wants his votes, he gets his vote.
Oh yeah, every time.
Rarely do you see that. Now, to be quite honest, I'm going to say two things. Whether if you want to say Trump inherited the economy that President Barack Obama left it, the numbers, jobs did increase, and before COVID hit, the numbers were going up and the economy wasn't in good shape.
called Trent.
I understand Trent, but once he takes that oath of office and says, "So help me God," he gets to now take claim of good and bad. So I give Trump that because technically that will be in his record. Got it.
Sure.
I will
Well,
also I will also say that Democrats, if they maintain power, and even if they're able to gain their 2 additional Senate seats to try to cut off Manchin and Sinema's whatever when they won't feel important to be on 6 o'clock news. The people are going to expect them to use it. If not, they're going to give up in 2024. Like we're just no longer going to have a because what is the point of giving you the votes that you need, giving you the power, giving you the White House and both chambers of Congress, and y'all acting like y'all can't pass anything
at all?
So I mean, I'm gonna be fair on that point. So I mean, I can see why a lot of people are, at least to Deontay's point, would be willing to give the Republicans another chance because at least people will say, even if it's, you got some voters that say, even if it's trending in the wrong direction, at least Republicans get it trending.
Well, and also, like I said,
and unfortunately, we got this American machismo narrative that even if we got to bully our way to get something, we got to make it happen.
Well, and to my point earlier, that's why I take issue with establishment Democrats. Because I don't think the Democratic Party has been willing to play hardballs where Republicans have been. I think that Roe v. Wade should have been codified in 2010. I think that D.C. and Puerto Rico should have had statehood in 2010. I think that Guam and other American territories should be offered either statehood or independence. For the simple fact that Puerto Rico, for example, has not had a functioning power grid fully since 2010. Yet, though, they're still governed by us and they don't have access to the same representation. Same thing with the District of Columbia. DC either needs statehood or they need to figure something out. And for me, it's statehood or nothing, because those people don't have adequate representation. And we know why. Because the Republican-controlled Congress refuses to have in DC because of demographics. That's 2 Democratic senators in perpetuity. In Puerto Rico, that's 2 Democratic senators in perpetuity. In Guam, that's 2 Democratic senators for perpetuity. And the American Samoas, that's 2 Democratic senators from perpetuity. And the American Red Cross.
But in all fairness, if they just wait every 10 years, we don't pay attention to the doggone fact that
and
we
that's
need to
why
make sure we have a state.
It's my issue with establishment Democrats not holding. First of all, establishment Democrats not being willing to play ball. The Republican Party. One thing I will give the Republican Party credit for that I always will is that when push comes to shove, they get to pushing and shoving. They cut their losses. They get in line, and we can see the results. The Democrats, not so much.
Well, hold on, Fred, you got something over Fred.
And so I will hold establishment Democrats accountable for that. Now, as far as the issues facing the dinner table of African Americans, the minority we chose to highlight, African Americans, though, I do think that I cannot point out a Republican policy of the last administration, from the last administration, that in the long term would have been beneficial to us. First of all, the tax credits that Donald Trump passed, only the middle class tax cut expires. The tax cuts that favor disproportionately the wealthiest among us have no expiration on them. And we talked about this earlier, corporate welfare, making sure that we bail out their corporate partners.
I mean, but if I remember correctly, though, did President Obama not also extend the Bush era tax cut?
Yeah. I believe Congress did. I don't think.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
it happened under his
yes,
administration. It happened under his administration. Yes, it did. And I think part of that, and not to make excuses for President Obama, again, I take my issue with the establishment party. I think part of that was the grasping at straws and figuring out how to stall the largest economic collapse since the Great Depression. And I think part of that was also just a general lack of progressiveness in the party.
Gotcha. Fred?
Fred.
I don't think we can hear him. Fred?
I don't know. Did we lose Fred?
You got me? Hear me?
Okay, we got it.
Oh, yeah, Fred's on you. You had something?
Fantastic. Look, yeah, I would agree with that. The last point about President Obama, in 2010, I understand now, looking back, like, oh, you should have done all these things. But we got to understand that, he had that majority and he wanted to pass healthcare, and he got healthcare passed. And that really mattered to a lot of people. So there wasn't a ton of room for a lot of these things that, of course, we support, such as DC statehood. and Puerto Rico statehood, which would mean incredible things for democracy, especially DC statehood being one of the largest expansions of Black political power in this country's history. But I think now it's important that as we're looking at all of these races across the country, yes, inflation remains sort of the top issue for, I think, 32% of Americans, with followed closely by abortion being 27%. And after that, it's crime at 12%, and then gun policy and immigration at 12 and 10% as well. So people are concerned about the economy, but we still shouldn't downplay people's legitimate concerns about democracy writ large. And because if we don't have democracy, we don't have the ability to sort of affect the kind of change that we want to see. And people, if they don't trust the government, that dissuades them from going out to vote. And that itself is a form of voter suppression. So when you hear people talking about, poll workers, my grandmother who works the polls, she was nervous to go back again this year because of the violence that many poll workers have been facing. So there's just a myriad of things that are happening that it's affecting all of us, but especially the Black community, because our access to the ballot box has always been threatened.
Yes, sir. Well, Fred, don't go anywhere. Hold what you got. We're just going to take a quick break while we get some poll updates on some races. Stay where you are. We're still going to follow this thing out, at least to the top of the hour. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for our final segment of the HydeOut Election Night 2022.
Boss got me on that good crown. Good Brigadelli. Canadian whiskey. What up, Drake? Hold up. Whoa, what up with it, man? It's your boy Mouse on the track. Hey, go check out my For the Record interview on Next Dev TV on YouTube and be looking out for a whole set of new videos and interviews coming soon. Hear me?
Most of the time when people talk about or ask me about my lifestyle or what makes it different, they talk about the polygamy side of things. And I know that's like a hot button topic, but it's really not that big a deal. It's more like I'm building a family.
Right.
And everybody in my family loves each other. And nobody in my family hides anything from each other. But everybody in my family shares everything with each other. So we are what our people are supposed to be.
Robert Grant Jr. When you come over, I'ma bend you over. Put hands on your shoulders. Be my soldier, I'm your lieutenant. Just take a ride. Robert Grant Jr.
Welcome back to Hyde Night 2022 midterm election night special. On the break, we just had a mini revival, and a couple of us got saved.
Yes, sir.
We just want to tell you that he is able. Whichever he you identify with and praise the word, just know he is still able. You can tell I got rapid preacher on my panel.
Watch it.
But we gonna bring you again. No, we've truly been having fun and we've been enjoying ourselves. Welcome back. Is Fred still on there from DC, or you had another interview on our phone? He's here. Fred, glad that you stayed with us.
Oh, let's see you folks stay.
That's right. Yeah. You know what? Deontay.
There's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight.
Because
his G's gonna look like mine.
My God said that he has sheep of another flock that we'll never meet. He said he got sheep of another flock.
I thought he said he was gonna take the sheep
and
and the goats.
Now I just wanted him to name, and I put it out to the public. Now some of y'all try to hit us up in the DMs and try to claim that $1,000. That was just for
We'll
him.
double up. I got enough $1,000. How much is?
If you want your $1,000, you better go play the Powerball. But that was only for Mr. Johnson.
I still got
and don't blame Mr. Charlie. Mr. Charlie's just a man. Yes, we're still waiting on the House races to be called and the Senate races to be called, but we do have some Senate updates. First, starting in the state of North Carolina, it is still a tight race, still too close to call. Sherry Beasley, the Democratic candidate who is vying to be the first female black senator, or the first black senator, period, to be elected in the state of North Carolina. She now stands at 46.8%. To Ted Budd, who was the Trump-endorsed candidate, at 51.1%. Once again, the race has not been called. It's only at 86%. Moving on to the state of Louisiana, the numbers have changed slightly. Gary Chambers is now at 15.7%, with Senator Kennedy, who's trying to run for re-election, at 65.8%. Right now, the Democrats are trying to force Kennedy to a possible runoff. But we'll see. Once again, the votes are still being counted in Louisiana. Moving on to Georgia. Warnock and Walker were at a tie, a dead heat at 49% even, but now those numbers have changed. Senator Raphael Warnock is now at 48.3%, and Herschel Walker is now at 49.7%. Right now, Walker has taken the lead. Once again, you had a lot of movement saying run, Herschel, run. A lot of people wanted to join his Rent-A-Cop brigade, and apparently that message resonated with a lot of people, but we're going to see what's going on tonight. Moving on, 82% of the vote is in Georgia for the governor's race. Currently, Stacey Abrams sits at 45.3%, and Governor Brian Kemp has taken the lead and starting to break away at 54%. But once again, that race has not been called. And in Pennsylvania, John Fetterman is holding strong to his lead at 50.3% over Dr. Oz at 47.2%. Maybe that Oprah Winfrey endorsement at the last minute may be moving the needle in Pennsylvania. But many people are saying, thank you. If I can't say amen, I'm gonna say out. But what I can say is that a lot of people are projecting the Pennsylvania Senate race is not going to be called tonight. And there's already been rumors and whispers that they're probably going to be trying to challenge a lot of these ballots and everything in the courts. Starting with the Sheen, then Kelvin, and then Fred. How do you all feel? Like, do you really think that American society right now is mentally and emotionally prepared for once again to be waiting days for Arizona, Pennsylvania, and possibly Georgia to be called?
Yeah, I absolutely think so. I think that people are extremely, attentive to our democracy in this day and age. I think that we realize what we went through in 2020 was a very big ordeal, and that elections have implications, and so we realize that we must be on top of every race that comes to the ballot, because ultimately it seems as if now, like any race that comes to our doorstep, it can have an impact on not just our near future, but also our children's futures as well. And so we have to make sure that we stay the course and make sure that we get the candidates that are going to be the best remedy for whatever sickness the American people may have.
Kelvin, and then Fred.
I think the unfortunate reality of having elections go to the courts just now is just something we have to deal with. In part because, like my brother here said, elections have consequences, and one of the consequences that unfortunately doesn't get as much attention, especially during presidential cycles, is that the president appoints the federal judiciary. And so what the last president was able to do, Donald Trump, what he was able to do was he managed to appoint a lot of young, and in some cases, in most of the cases, young and unqualified, even up to the Supreme Court. You have people on the Supreme Court who've not stood in lower courts and tried cases, litigated. But he was able to appoint a lot of young and in some cases unqualified candidates who mirrored or at least were willing to support what he believed in, what he stood for. And so now, as a result, whenever election results are unfavorable to that group or to that party, or just called into question in general, that's something we have to deal with. It's a part of the reality of the consequences of elections. And I do hope that that's something that we take to heart and remember that these the unforeseen, or maybe the latent, to use a better term, consequences of these elections. Because we have to deal with this judiciary for at least the next 30 or 40 years.
Oh, yes. Yeah, they're young.
And not to interrupt you, but we do have breaking news. In the state of Massachusetts, it has elected its first Black female Attorney General, and Andrea Campbell. Again, in the state of Massachusetts, they have made history by electing their first Black female Attorney General. And we're also going to be standing by to give you updates for the Texas governor's race and the Pennsylvania governor's race. And the Pennsylvania governor's race is very important because many people may not know this, but the Pennsylvania governor is the one who appoints the Secretary of State. And you know the Secretary of State are the ones who control elections in the state. Fred, your perspective.
Right, and your question was about if Americans are ready to sort of deal with the drawn-out election night and election week, pretty much because of the results that aren't being called right away. And I think that's becoming a reality as we're dealing with more mail-in ballots to be more accessible to people to get to the vote, which I think is a good thing. So maybe we'll have to be patient if it does take some time, but we do run the risk, as was mentioned, in that uncertainty for demagogues like Trump and people of his ilk to come in and say that there's something shady going on. And that's why we have to continue to normalize the fact that it may take longer and that it is a safe and secure process. I mean, the 2020 election, where we did see a lot more mail-in ballots, was one of the most secure elections in our nation's history. So we have to continue making that clear to the American people that vote by mail is fine and that it may take a little bit of time, but that's okay. It's normal. And there's no one who is doing shady things with the vote. So, I think that's what we're going to have to continue to watch for going forward.
Gotcha. Just when you thought it was over, the Black Conservative Foundation has sent in reinforcements. They've now sent in their vice president, Mr. Quentin, who's getting ready to join us live from Washington, D.C. as well. Kelly, you may get your wish to try to take one more bite at the apple, but we're going to see. Now, Quentin, do you want to try to take up the same offer that I offered Deontay, which would be you name one Republican president?
I'll match you.
Name one. Well, he said you named two.
No, you
never got a
But
the question was when we're talking about the difference between Democrat and Republican policies and how it affects African Americans, particularly Black Americans. Well, first, welcome to the show. But my question is, what is the Republicans' message or narrative or policies that you would say would be attractive enough for African Americans to vote for them during this election cycle?
So, and thank you guys for having me before we get started. I think the easy message for Republicans is that we specifically target those issues that matter most to the Black community, right? So if you think about it, especially when we start to talk about inner cities, crime is one of the number one issues anywhere across America, right? And if you look at the top cities, crime, I think, it's a very tough when you start to state facts about, hey, Republicans are tough on crime. Those types of messages resonate with Black voters, and especially those who are sort of on the fence and don't really feel a place within the Democratic Party. Because let's just face it, most of, if not all of the major inner cities have been voting blindly Democrat for as long as any of us on this conversation can remember. And most people feel that they've made no progress. Most of the topics that you can bring up are around pay and inflation. These are things that people feel on a day-to-day basis when they go to the grocery stores and they see that the prices that they're paying now are in some cases 3 times higher than what they were paying 2 years ago before we voted. I
understand that you're trying to say that African Americans or what Republican candidates and what Republican voters' narrative is trying to say that Black Americans are more concerned about the economics of everything, as is more concerned with the threat of possible voting rights, reproductive rights, civil rights, environmental rights. Because I have yet to hear any Republican response into what happened in Jackson, Mississippi just months ago, to where people were weeks and weeks without clean drinking water. They couldn't take showers or anything. And instead of that Republican governor down there even saying, hey, let's really do something about this rock and roll, he gets into let's just call it what it is. He gets into a pissing match and trying to pass the buck, trying to say, well, I ain't got the money. I ain't got it. You need to ask the mayor, you need to ask the feds, I ain't got it. But how can you say that I'm more worried about going to buy a loaf of bread over the fact that you may be trying to take away my voting rights, or you might be trying to appoint justices that possibly could be overturning affirmative action? I mean, what is really the response that kind of gives a lot of black voters comfort to want to give their votes to Republican candidates?
So,
hold on, let him answer. Hold on now. Hold on. I'm coming up your feet in a second. Hold on. We're gonna make a left turn. Hold on. Yes, I'm sorry.
The internet age is that we can get the direct voices from the voters, right? And we do these things called polls. And regardless of which polls you look at and who's doing the polls, all of the polls say the same thing, right? Black people are concerned about their economic situation. Black people are concerned about their limited education in their public school system, and they're concerned about crime in their neighborhoods. If we want to get specific, each city is, of course, going to have their own issues, right? What's going on in Jackson, Mississippi is extremely unfortunate, but that's not, we can't talk about that when we're talking about the Black community as a whole across the nation.
Let's talk about the Black community as a whole. I mean, so let's talk about Jackson.
The Black community as a whole.
Flint still ain't got clean drinking water. That's been for a while now. But before I get ready to go to ask the panelists, why I'm asking this question is that nationally, okay, that's great. You all have a great strategy, have a great ground game. You guys have hope. But if these are the issues that African Americans care about, why is it that when we see you all come to power, you address none of these issues, or you make policies that purposely carve out African Americans, Latinos, all of the minority groups from even being able to benefit? Like that's the problem. Like you said, well, we can't address why Johnny can't get a clean drink of water until we address why Johnny can't read. But why are you appointing a Secretary of Education that promotes charter schools and is hell bent on trying to destroy the public school system? Something's not making sense. I mean, we all want Johnny to read, but I don't see you sending a representative that really wants to make sure he has proper funding to teach him how to read.
Yeah, so one of the points that I'll make is, again, these are not just the top issues that Republicans are saying that they'll address. These are also the top issues that Democrats are saying that they'll address. The issue is that Democrats have been saying this to the Black community for as long as anybody on here can remember, for as long as our grandparents can remember, and they've seen no progress, right? And they continue to blindly vote Democrat with no results to show for it. Now, what happened when we did vote Republican in the Trump era, what happened from a Black community perspective? You say we don't care about education. HBCUs received the most funding that they've historically ever received. The household income for Black Americans, the household income for much all minority groups, including Hispanics that you mentioned, that rose to historic levels. Unemployment dropped. Before COVID, we were celebrating the record unemployment rate. And so when you say that,
so let me just ask you my paper. Let me ask you. So I'm going to ask 2 questions.
Yep.
Where do you personally stand? So where do you think Republicans personally stand on what happened in Charlottesville when you had President Trump saying, well, there were good and bad people on both sides? And then what do you have to say about your president, who was just on this segment 20 minutes ago saying that January 6th was irrelevant?
He didn't say that. He said, it wasn't a big issue.
He said it wasn't a big issue.
I'm going to quote him right.
So we can quote it. It wasn't a big issue. Let's say it wasn't a big issue. So he said.
Yeah, so to the Charlottesville point, I mean, one, in 2022, especially the end of 22, I don't know why we're still talking about Charlottesville. Everyone is, knowledgeable on that situation.
Because the same people in Charlottesville hit the highway and went up to D.C. 3 years later to storm the Capitol and smear.
I'm not saying we shouldn't be talking about the.
Some of them folk running for office today.
Some of these folk argued. Some of these folk won tonight.
Some of these folk won. I didn't come here for that.
So I can only.
Excuse me. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Mr. Quinton.
Quinton said, "Forget that."
Okay, well, if that's the case,
Y'all gonna have to excuse me.
But how can we forget that? How can,
So I'm not.
how can we forget that if that happened? If that's the case, so let's say
slavery was so long ago.
I'm not saying to forget.
I understand the gospel song say whatever it is, it won't let me hold my peace. It won't have to be peace, be still right now. Hold on. Sorry, Quentin, I'm on a panel with a bunch of Baptist preachers, you know, sometimes we just get excited, you know. But let me ask you this though. If you just say, well, why are we still talking about Charlottesville? That happened in 2017. So then are you trying to then say a lot of our viewers who, because right now we're filming live from Baton Rouge, right? Are you saying that then the viewers should forget about Alton Sterling in 2016?
Because there's 200 people.
Are we? Hey, we gonna mute your mic. I'm telling you, we gonna get it.
Come on, I'll get to you.
Or I mean, because I mean, conservatives love to quote Dr. King, but I mean that happened over 40, 50 years ago. Why y'all still quoting Dr. King? Then when y'all want to make a point about policy,
why they quoting it?
So the point that I'm making about Charlottesville, is that we shouldn't forget what happened, but we're still talking about a clip that everybody on this call knows was purposely edited to specifically paint a narrative, right? If you play that clip for 10 seconds longer, you get the full picture. Donald Trump is not saying, hey, we're going to excuse the people who were committing violent acts. No, what he's saying is that we should specifically condemn those people, but we also have to continue to remember that there were good people on both sides.
do you believe Donald Trump can take any type of responsibility for what happened January 6th?
I'm sorry?
Do you believe that former President Donald Trump should take any responsibility on what happened on January 6th?
I mean, there's been an entire, 6-month-long committee.
What are you trying to
discuss that?
So do you think he had any responsibility or influence on what happened January 6th? Because I think if A didn't happen, B wouldn't happen.
Influence, of course, responsibility, I can't say.
Okay, Kelvin, finally.
Thank you. Let me exegete. Let me work right. Let me get quick. No, I can't because I ain't gonna hold you long. That's what they tell us to say. I ain't gonna hold you long. First thing. Let me work backwards. The first thing I want to point out. The matter of the fact is, there were neo-Nazis marching. These are groups whose websites, whose published media, whose publications written do espouse such positions that Black people are subhuman, that America belongs to the white race and should be governed as such. And that these are not my opinions, views, and expressions of my own. These are things that you can look up on their website and see for yourselves. And so when your president says that there are fine people on both sides, I find it very difficult to find people who align themselves with Adolf Hitler, who align themselves with eugenics, who align themselves with systematic discrimination, genocide, and the overall re-subjugation of African-American people, regardless of their political party. Because the Negro who fanned massa inside and the Negro who picked cotton in the field had the same issues, whether or not one of them had more access to air conditioning. And so I find it difficult to say that there were fine people on both sides and echo the sentiments of your president. Secondly, there have not been in our lifetimes, and let's use that then as a fair metric, not in our memorable lifetimes, which I'll go to the last 19 years, 20 years, let's round it off even. 20 years, there have not been any Republican policies that have resulted in increases in the net wealth of African-American people in this country, for the simple fact that real wages in this country, not nominal wages, real wages in this country have not increased since 1972. And Black people were at the bottom of that metric then, and we were at the bottom of that metric now. So I am hard pressed. And as a matter of fact, even as my brother here removes his claim, I will cash out the sum of $1,000 to somebody, anybody who can point me to a modern Republican, a Republican since the civil rights era, whose economic policies have led to sustained economic growth, and I will define sustained as full. I'll define civil rights era. So since when was the Voting Rights Act signed? 65?
65.
Okay, since the presidency of Richard Nixon. After Richard Nixon, find me a Republican. 68. Find me a Republican whose policies led to sustained economic growth in the African American community. If you can find one, I'm cheating. I'm a Southern University poli-sci, international relations dual degree program, LSU MPA. It doesn't exist, but if you can find me one and dress it up well enough, I'll pay for your lunch the next day.
I want no lunch. I want $1,000.
I'll send you $1,000.
We can do it right now.
I'll send you $1,000. You find me one, I'll send it to you. Secondly, though, it pains me though. It pains me.
One of the points you brought up first.
It pains me when I hear people, especially those who are similar demographics to myself, parrot these foundless claims that the Republican Party is going to somehow magically, when it's had the opportunity before, is somehow going to magically this time around raise these issues of economics and inflation. I seem to recall, I do seem to recall that inflation, first of all, per neutral or what we would call unaffiliated economic studies, inflation was going to rise anyway for the simple fact that we're dealing with a backlog in the supply chain. Now, what is currently happening, though, that we haven't mentioned on the show, and I'm glad I just thought about it, is that corporate profits during the COVID pandemic increased. Oil companies made just as much money. Utility companies made record profits.
True.
Grocery stores and companies who are responsible for the supply chain of goods in this country didn't lose money. But the cost of these things still increased under your Republican president, who did nothing to regulate that, who did nothing to put in price caps, who did nothing to put in measures that would ensure that, yes, prices have to increase because that's how economics work.
But be fair, you had Democrats vote for the regulation like you had Republicans.
And hence my statements earlier.
Wall Street
and hence my earlier, my statement earlier, I do still hold issue with establishment Democrats for that. And so I'm being fair. I gotta make my record gotta make sense to me. And so as I hasten to my seat here,
Not as you hasten.
I can't keep y'all. As I hasten to my seat here, I do think it's important though to point out things that are factual. We don't have to resort to conjecture. Some things we don't have to predict. And so I just find it though funny that the Republican Party's they haven't put out a platform since 2016, but I find it funny that the Republican Party platform, if you will, is baseless in these claims, and it perplexes me, and it doesn't sit well in my spirit, which is why I was throwing a fit over here to hear my brother here who was.
Don't worry, you had one more interruption. I was gonna lay hands on you. You won't have to worry. You won't be trouble.
You're gonna have to lay him down. Now, especially in my capacity, the unique dichotomy that I have. I am ordained clergy, and so I do hold the title Reverend in my activity in the church, but I also am a politician by trade, training, and experience. And so I wrestle with this sometimes. What did Paul say? There's a thorn in my flesh, a tormentor.
But he said my grace is sufficient.
It got to be, because if it wasn't sufficient, I wouldn't have been able to hold myself on the show. Y'all have to loose me. Y'all have to loose me from this mic. But there are not any demonstrable, substantive, meaning containing substance, or substantial, meaning significant, backing to any of the claims that the current Trumpist party, because I hesitate to call it Republican, makes as far as advancing any of the issues that African Americans hold dear. You speak of economic policies or advancing the economic status of the Black community, but you vote against the programs that put money into the African American community, into the hands of 501c3s or T6s, or any of these related programs. You vote against initiatives that will put money into our community, into the hands of those distributors.
HBCU fund.
Also, the issue of HBCU funding. There's a wonderful thing that exists in the world of politics. I'm here now.
We didn't close them three. We didn't put it on the cross.
I'm taking them down.
Hold on. We're going to free transition.
Come on, take them down.
Close them out.
Come on, take them down.
We get ready. Hashim, did you have a point that you want to lean in?
Gotcha, man. I think I just want to talk overall about the election, and I think the.
It's a beautiful thing.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry.
oh yeah.
He's taking the message.
Okay.
I get excited.
He's taking the church.
But I think overall, I think the message that's probably going to be very resounding, I think, across the nation, and I think what a lot of people at home should also really start to ponder is that we definitely need, just from this conversation that I'm having right here with you gentlemen and the guys who are in their respective cities, there needs to be younger people who are being elected into office. Folks who are in their 30s, folks who are in their 20s.
Shoot, we tried. I tried 2016.
Yeah, I gave it. But in order to,
you know,
want us to run we need to go ahead and,
undefeated in campaigns.
No doubt. My speeches, my campaign rallies don't last all night. We don't have time.
But we need to really, at some point, I think our generations should sit down with each other across states, across the country, to figure out how we can start to flip a lot of these seats in. Because I think a lot of folks are just getting older, man. I think a lot of folks are getting older. I think a lot of policies and a lot of ideas are getting outdated. And I think just to, this needle is not moving forward the way it needs to be. And, America has to come, face to face with the fact that, we can't have ageism in politics anymore. I mean, it has to be a young person's game at this point, at least somewhat. We have to at least, it must be somewhat of our game, if we want to have a good shot at protecting our democracy.
So Quentin, back to you. If Republicans are successful tonight, statewide, locally, and even if they can win back the House of Representatives or the Senate, what do you think would be the contributing factors to that?
We're going to be saying.
Is your question, what do I think would be the contributing factor to Republicans flipping Congress?
Yes, if the Republicans are victorious during this midterm election cycle, what would you think would be the contributing factors to that?
I think the biggest contributing factor is the messaging that we're putting out there, and you also have the example of what Democratic leadership looks like in this country. Again, I know we wanted to talk about policies and what has worked versus what hasn't worked, but I think what we have right now in office at the federal and at the state and local levels just clearly does not work, right? Like I mentioned earlier, the top 15 to 20 cities for violent crime are all Democratic run. The president's office, the House of Representatives and Senate are all run by Democrats, and what we see is record high inflation. What we see is rising crime. What we see is our students, especially those in inner cities, are years behind their education due to some of the policies and the mandates that happened due to COVID. So I think those are your two answers, right? The Republicans have the clear message on what works from a policy standpoint, from a leadership standpoint, and then we also just have this perfect example of what Democratic leadership looks like.
Fred, if the Democrats are able to hold on and hold strong, what do you think would be the contributing factors of America keeping the Democratic Party in leadership?
Well, look, I think we haven't talked tonight enough about abortion and how it's still 30% of the American people view it as an important issue, but 60% responded as being angry or at least somewhat dissatisfied with the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade. And so you have one party who wants to have a national ban on abortion, and many running who say they don't want any exceptions for rape or incest. You have another party who is saying we should have abortions that are safe, that can be safe, legal, and rare. And so you see this dichotomy being set up. And so if Democrats are able, and many of them are performing, many prognosticators are saying this is not a red wave tonight. And we're seeing that in Virginia, where Abigail Spanberger has won re-election in a tight race there. We may flip some seats in Ohio. So we're seeing that people are responding at the ballot box. Not a red wave. And Quentin, your colleague from earlier said he was getting his surfboard. Tell him to put it back. All right.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Fred said won't be no trip to the beach on. So what we're going to do is, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us all the way from Washington, D.C. We know that y'all are definitely in the city where there's a lot of moving and shaking going on tonight. We thank you for being on the panel here tonight. We're going to release the votes of you so y'all can try to catch some election parties, maybe look at some polling, maybe go consult with a couple of your clients. But thank you so much for being on the Hideout.
Thank you for having me, Braylon. Appreciate you.
Thank you. So out of all that we've discussed tonight, gentlemen, and of course we're still waiting on numbers. We're still looking at a couple of races. And in about 10 minutes, they'll update me on all these other races that, you know, as they're pulling numbers. Also, the team, could we check to see where Congress currently stands, or if they've called the House of Representatives to see where that might be leading. But what trends are we seeing tonight? Like, there were some races that just maybe if it was 2 weeks ago thought it was going to be a landslide, thought it was going to be out of reach, and now we see that they're tightening in a lot of different states. What do you think that's truly saying? Are you truly do you all think that the underlying theme for the 2022 midterms is a battle for the soul of democracy?
I don't think the 22 midterms are that battle. I think the 22 midterms are a new chapter in that battle. I think the battle for democracy in this country has been and I don't want to wax poetic, but I do think the battle for democracy in this country has been happening ever since America started to face the long-standing issues that she has. The largest of which being its treatment historically of African American people in this country. Just because, as of yet, we are the only people who have yet to receive some sort of recompense for their struggles. And I think part of that is because America knows she could never repay what she owes to the backs and to the blood and to the sweat and tears of African Americans. And so I think this is just the latest chapter. I do think that social media, the advent of social media, instantaneous international communication, and the digitalization of media are exacerbating that. I do also think that because of demographics in this country, what I mentioned earlier, that in the next 20, 25, and depending on trends, years, that this country is going to be majority minority, and that America's chickens are coming home to roost. And I do think that America is part of America is panicking and trying to consolidate and hold on to power that they've had. I think part of America should be taking advantage of the fact that now is the time for us to plan, to become more strategic and more intentional, more importantly, in the way that we intend to produce candidates and to distribute power in this country. And so I don't think this is the battle. I think this is just the latest chapter in it. Though I do think the next 2 election cycles, so the next 10 years are going to be defining chapters in that. And I think that this is not a moment we should take lightly. I think we should keep our lamps trimmed and burning because the time is drawing nigh. So I do hope and I do pray as a man of faith that we we don't take these moments lightly, that we don't treat them as just passing. This is we'll do this again in 2 years. I do think that every election for some time and now hereafter would be more consequential than the last. So,
True. I think the biggest thing that I'm thinking about in the next 2 years is what's going to be the Dems' message, right? And I think the Dems are still searching for the identity that they're going to present to the electorate. I think that we're going to have a very, very tough battle come 2024. I think we've already seen that the Republican Party has upped their arsenal. They have a very wide range of candidates. I think that who believe that they can, quote unquote, just take back democracy and in their minds do right by it. And so I really need the Democrats for these next 2 years to decide, who exactly do we want to be and what exactly do we want to provide as a plan to the American people. Because I'm not going to lie, we're going into, we're headed into a recession, right, with our president in office, and so that's never a good thing. Of course, in 08, Obama capitalized on the fact that the Republican Party had a president who was in the middle of a recession. Automotive industry was down. The banks were struggling. So I really do believe that we have to come up with something quick and fast and in a hurry before we see another Trump presidency in 2024.
Well, they do have, one thing I can tell you what the Democrats need to do, they need to stop writing off the South.
Yeah.
I think there needs to be once again, I'm not endorsing the Democrats or the Republicans. What I'm saying is Democrats are trying to be competitive again on a consistent basis. They have to stop writing off the South. They just called the Louisiana Senate race. Senator Kennedy has been reelected. I guess
get hold of them crackheads in the neighborhood.
Well, I guess he is starting his crackhead protection neighborhood program. So for all taxpayers in Louisiana, stop investing in crime preventative districts. Kennedy's going to pass a bill. Go to your local crackhead because that's who you're going to call. And that is. You can't make this up, folks.
Oh, no, not at all.
This ain't script.
Oh, no, this is not.
This is what you got to understand. For those who are tuning in on other parts of the country who haven't been focusing in on this Louisiana race, like we haven't been facetious, nor have we been making things up. This was an actual campaign ad, folks.
Yeah.
That a sitting U.S. senator cut and said it word for word. He said, if you hate cops just because they're cops, the next time you get in trouble, call a crackhead. But if you look at it, and we actually have this video montage, we might have showed it during some of the first break, but Senator Kennedy has an obsession of talking about cocaine and crack.
Yeah. Well,
he said on MSNBC when they were trying to do something about the debt ceiling or something like that, and they were trying to get an omnibus bill passed. Didn't he say it would be cheaper for us to snort cocaine and run around everywhere or something like? I mean,
Reverend, if you look at
it, then during a Senate congressional hearing, he asked somebody. He said, "Why can't me and my wife, in the privacy of our own home, sit in my living room and snort cocaine?" Now, I'm bringing this up because you know what? The people who support this man saying that, they bash Joe Biden for saying, if you're a drug addict, you got opioid problems or whatever, like you shouldn't go to jail, you should get treatment. I think Senator Kennedy should adhere those words, because if we did, something just tells me in my spirit, if we really did, to seek and ye shall find, we're going to find he has an unnecessary obsession with crack. Okay.
I ain't gonna say.
But that's who Louisiana wants to represent it in the Senate. Alabama has reelected their governor, Kay Ivey, who cut an ad about immigration, who literally said, we're going to protect the borders. We're going to stop all this influx of Mexicans coming in, and then ended her ad saying, "No way, Jose." That's who has been reelected in the state of Alabama.
Well, that's what America is, though.
Then we've got, Herschel Walker saying all the stuff that he's saying.
He's right.
I mean, the representation, but these are people that Democrats are losing to in a landslide.
Yeah.
The spread is 65% to 17%.
Because the Democrats don't until it's too late.
But here's the thing: if we have 900 and over 900,000 eligible voters, black voters in Louisiana, I would love to see when all the votes have been counted. I would love to see the winning margin for Kennedy, because at this point we really can't complain for the next 6 years.
No,
we can't.
No.
We really can't, because we have let this happen
once again.
Again. The man has said he'd rather drink weed killer than vote for things that help his son. I know he has an obsession with cocaine and suicide. The man is sick.
Unpack your bag, Reverend.
I'm calling the Yonla Van Zandt to give this man some help.
He needs to go to that red table. He needs to go to that red table and press some fingers down.
And don't get me wrong, we understand. Okay, let's be fair. We know, God rest his soul, former DC Mayor Marion Bear, he had his fair run-ins with he had his fair, so we get, but he sought help. He sought help. Didn't work, but he sought it. He tried.
I think John Kennedy needs to go press his fingers on that table. with Sister Smith. And
I'm just no, because you know what, and we're gonna close it out as you say. You know, the show is hosted by Baptist preachers. We didn't close that 12 times.
we've been on
If you haven't been saved politically by now,
I don't know what to say. Something
you.
wrong if you didn't.
But what I'm saying is though, like I said, I'm not endorsing Democrat. I'm not endorsing Republican. I'm really just endorsing strategy because I love a good competitive race. All I'm saying is that, okay, if we want to just stay focused on Louisiana, you all have your statewide elections for governor, lieutenant governor, secretary of state, treasurer, all of that coming up next year.
True.
We don't know what candidate is running for what. We've been knowing the 5 potential Republican candidates running statewide for the past 4 years now.
I see Jeff Landry everywhere.
And then you've got, as a matter of fact, the state Louisiana party already endorsed Jeff Landry.
Yeah.
Before the rest of the candidates have even done. Yeah. So what I'm saying is like, where is the infrastructure? One thing that Gary said during his campaign, right, was that it's good that we were able to get John Bel Edwards elected. It was good that we were able to get him reelected. But why is it that he's the only Democrat that won statewide? Why is it that we only build the infrastructure to get one candidate elected?
You like that?
I'm hesitant to because, like I said, they're gonna shut it down a little bit. Right. You know, it's almost last call, but it's almost kind of rhetorical. The reason why I'm saying is that for the national level, the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, is a black man who was born and raised in South Carolina. He was able to fundraise almost $100 million against his race against Lindsey Graham in 2020, even though he lost. But you still became the DNC chairman. My thing is, why you would think that he would have, like I said, football fans an SEC strategy from Texas to the Carolinas about what we can do.
That's too much like right.
Yeah, you make it too much like right. But my thing is, at what point you can't? Some of these voters stay home, or some of these voters to say I'm going to vote Republican because they're tired of being disappointed. They're tired of the one waiting by the phone, waiting to get asked to go to the prom. Mm-hmm. Because every election season, the Democrats saying, elect us, put us in office, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. You can't.
I wouldn't.
But right now, you got 2 senators that can stop anything the Democrats are trying to do.
And I say I wouldn't
right now. But where is the accountability of somebody holding them to task and holding them to heel? All of this, well, let's sit down and try to compromise with it. No, McConnell and the boys don't compromise with nothing. You gonna give me my votes, or we gonna primary you. We gonna stop the donors. We gonna stop the fundraising. What does Joe Biden do? Oh, we're not mad that Manchin shut down all the things that could have us in a better position. Whatever. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good guy. Let's not bash him. Send him. She's a good woman. But at what point is this foolishness going to stop?
Well, the Democratic Party is the only party that seems to be concerned about compromise, and it's usually because they wait too long to where they have to.
Well, folks, it's been a delightful evening. We appreciate everyone who has tuned in tonight. We thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing. I want to thank everybody who was on the panel, those from the very beginning, those who joined. Thank you for driving all the way from New Orleans, my brother. I got to ask you this question. Do you think the recall effort is going to be successful?
I think so.
Gotcha. So for those who tuned in from New Orleans, TD might still be there, right? Cantrell may not be going anywhere. But thank you all so much for joining us tonight on the Hideout. Thank you for helping us launch season 2 of the Hideout. Please stay tuned. We have some great shows coming up for you this season. But please continue to watch the polls. And then depending on how everything shakes up tonight, after all the votes are counted, regardless of where you stand politically, regardless of how the results may shake out, I think that both parties are going to be asking themselves a lot of questions once they see the results, because there's going to be disappointments on both sides. There's going to be disappointment on both sides. But what I will say to the Democrats, and people may say, why don't you go to the Republican strategy? Because the Republicans got a strategy. They have a strategy, and it seems to be working in some parts of the country. But I'll say the Democrats watching, y'all don't have to get it together. If you're trying to bring back one nation under a groove, then you're going to have to get it together. And you're going to have some tough conversations. And if America allows you to maintain the House, maintain the Senate, then y'all going to have some tough conversations with people who cast these votes. You might have to do the McConnell mandate. Either you vote for it, or we're going to shun you and cast you out, right? But thank you all for joining us.
The doors of the Hideout are open.
The doors of the Hideout are open. Let us pray now to him who's able to keep off. No, but y'all enjoy your evening. Thank you. We love y'all. And stay tuned because we've got more for the Hideout as the season continues. Not tonight. We're going to let you go tonight. But stay tuned. Like, share, subscribe because we've got great content coming down your way. Brought to you by Next Def TV. Thank you so much.